Members of Council, this meeting is now resumed. If you can take your seats. Members, as we agreed yesterday, we will start today's session by commemorating our late colleague, former Toronto City Councillor Howard Moscow. An expression of condolence was presented yesterday. If you would like to offer remarks, please put your name on the list and I will recognize you. Now, Councillor Morley, I know that you want to say a few words before we get to that. Councillor Morley?
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker, and good morning, everyone. I wanted to rise and also acknowledge the passing of a Etobicoke Lakeshore resident, a giant in our community who has dedicated his entire life to service. He's one of the founding members of our Santa Claus Parade, which is a staple in the Etobicoke community for all of those of us who grew up there and continue to participate in that wonderful annual event. Carl Porritt was a gentleman who worked very closely with the Long Branch Business Improvement Area, again, and was a lifelong dedicated community volunteer and organizer alongside his wife, Liz. We did pass our expression of condolence yesterday for Carl Porritt and the Porritt family, and I just wanted to rise for a moment with thanks to my council colleague, Councillor Stephen Holliday, for seconding the motion, and really, again, just acknowledging not only this difficult time for the Porritt family, but really wanting to honor their service in Etobicoke Lakeshore and for all the incredible contributions that they've made to make our community the special place that it is. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. So members of council that want to speak, if you can please put your name on the list. Councillor, okay, I have Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole?
Okay. Yes, thank you. Again, I don't know what can be said about the amazing Howard Moscow. As many of you know, we sat in this very chamber with Howard, and people do not appreciate the incredible entrepreneurial aspect of Councillor Moscow. He was a business person. He was a political business person. He was always doing business for the city. He always was trying to pester, harass the mayor of North York at the time, Glassman, to do things in North York. He was relentless. And, you know, as much as Mel gets credit for building North York, it was Howard Moscow that gave North York its soul and its chutzpah. He really put, again, a spirit into North York and that great success there. But people who weren't there don't appreciate what Howard was capable of. When Howard and the City Council, the Metro Council, decided to put council members on the TTC board, because before it was all private citizens. So with great opposition, we got elected to the TTC board. So we go there, and one of the first things we see on the agenda is a bill for, I don't know, $1 million about TTC airlines stuck in Yugoslavia.
Yes, that's right.
And we said, what the heck is this TTC airline? We found out that TTC had an airline. It was called Vacation Air. The board of the TTC had, through their Grey Coach subsidiary, bought an airline. And we were paying the bill for all these repair of airlines in Yugoslavia. They were stuck there. The engines weren't working. Another thing we found out, we had these buses, the first articulated buses. They were called the Icarus buses. They broke down all the time. What we found out, that they were supposed to be manufactured in Hungary. Well, some TTC staff went to Hungary to check it out. It was a ghost plant. There was no buses we don't know where those Icarus buses came from. But to this day, nobody has ever found out where these buses were manufactured. They kept on breaking down. They were a joke. Then the other thing is, Howard and I tried to save the electric trolleys. And we were called trolley jollies and all this stuff. And because the TTC management at the time had this grandiose plan of having natural gas-powered buses. That was going to be the future, natural gas. Then what happened one day, one of these buses exploded at Wilson Yard. It exploded, the whole pumping station there. That was the end of the natural gas buses. Unfortunately, we lost the trolley buses because we thought it would be good to have electric buses going in the future. But anyways, you know, in terms of another thing at the TTC, we had some real problems with reliability. So there was a change of management there, the new head. So Howard and I fought like crazy to bring in a person we heard was the real guru of transit. He was on a farm in Cape Breton. His name was Howard Gunn.
David Gunn.
David Gunn, yeah, Howard Gunn is another guy. But David Gunn, so Howard and I fought the other members of the TTC board, and we dragged David Gunn here to take over the TTC. And as you know, after he coming here, he even named a building after David Gunn. That was another one of Howard's things. The other thing that Howard accomplished is he had an anonymous donor that donated $1 million to create North York Community House to help immigrants. We still don't know who that anonymous donor was, but that North York Community House is still operating today, helping newcomers who come to Canada to live. That was another creation. And Howard had a great love in his heart for newcomers and for Lawrence Heights. And that's why to his dying days, he kept phoning myself, Mayor Chow, asking for things, whether it be for retired taxi cab drivers or people that needed help. He was still, in his last days, still calling, asking, always asking to get something done to help someone. He never said no to anybody. And they'd always, whenever he called, I said, oh my God, what is he going to ask now? But anyways, it was always, he was asking something for someone else. So again, Howard was a real genius, entrepreneur, politician. Again, no more words to be said about the late Howard Moscow.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Carroll, 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Howard's daughter is with us in the chamber this morning, sitting up top. Good morning, Cheryl. Her remarks at Howard's funeral service were a real inspiration to me. I will use the same sort of delivery if ever called upon ever after, because what she did was simply go through a number of remembrances. I remember this about my dad. I remember this about Howard. I remember. So I want to do the same thing. I remember upon election talking to my dad. My dad was the vice president of real estate for McDonald's at the time when they were expanding from 10 restaurants to 350. So he was often going before councils, trying to get McDonald's in, which was considered a bad thing to put in your neighborhood. And in North York, which had a long history of not having fast food, Howard was the bane of his existence. And upon my election, I said to my dad, I don't know where to start. Who should I get to know? I barely know this new mayor, David Miller. I don't know what I'm going to do. And he said, you should go to Howard. Go to Howard Moscow. I said, you complain about him. I've heard you complain about him at the dining room table. He said, yeah, but he is a damn good counselor. Go to him first. Get his advice. Someone who's the bane of my existence as a restaurant developer must be a good counselor. That's how this whole game works. And I did. I went to him for my very first development application, and he sat with me in doing the final details. I got the best deal for my community we could possibly have got, and taught me almost everything I would need to know for every application thereafter. And what was interesting was by the end of that negotiation, those developers were ready to shake his hand. He had demanded things I hadn't thought of demanding, to this day where that development went in, because it went into on the boundary of a business park. And it was the first residential going there because of the subway station nearby. But what he managed to negotiate for the business park was a shuttle bus that would carry everyone to the subway, so that the workers in that neighborhood could become transit-oriented workers. I would never have thought of that. I was in the 4th month of my term. I would never have, nor would I have had the guts to ask for it. And I'm grateful to him to this day, because that shuttle continues 23 years later. I remember Howard in this chamber teaching me to read. Always read. Howard was not a paperless counselor. He was very much paper-oriented. Mr. Elvidge is shaking, said, bane of your existence and yet the best damn counselor. Howard read every word of our agenda from page 1 to the end. And in the days before Post-it notes, he was hand-making tape flags. And they all stuck out up and down the binder. And if one preposition was wrong in a report, he would find it. And if he found it at 3 in the morning the night before, he would have to catch us by surprise, but so be it. It needed to be fixed. Howard taught us all, do your work. Read the agenda. You can be a very powerful counselor. You don't need to even be the chair of anything, but if you are the one person in the room who read every word, you are there for it, and you're going to get the best work done. I remember that about Howard more than anything. I remember that Howard loved a story. He found out in my very first year that I had a very juicy story about a counselor that he had been entertained by and vexed by Tom Jacobek. And I had a funny story about him. And so anytime I was at AMO or FCM, Howard would say, hey, come over here. She's got a story. You got to listen to this story. And he would make me tell it again and again. Whether they cared to hear the story or not, he was entertained by it. And loved a good story, loved to tell one, but he also loved to listen to them. I remember that about Howard and always will. But lastly, I want to say, I have something to read, Madam Speaker, and it won't take me long, but I may go over the 5. We often say to younger counselors that if you're moving a motion, we'll go, that's a Howard Moscow motion. And I think as the years go by, you might not even know what we mean. But I want to read you a passage. My husband framed this column because it was one of my favorite things, and he gave it to me for Christmas one year. It has a number of things that had happened in council in one session, but the top one, what the mayor said to Howard in this passage was 100% true. And this is an indication of the kinds of motions that Howard could write. To the relief of everybody, Mayor David Miller applies his lawyerly skills in interpreting council procedural rules to toss out a motion proffered by Councillor Howard Moscow of Ward 15, Eglinton Lawrence, during the debate on municipal election finance reform. Councillor, said Mayor Miller, you cannot amend a clause in accordance with a recommendation that recommends that we consider amending it. Now, those are the kinds of motions that Howard wrote, and I remember them oh so well. And often, they gave us pause. And if we didn't, while we tossed out that motion, what he did that day was make the mayor come up with a better motion, and we did better work. I will always remember that about Howard Moscow. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and Cheryl. Welcome to the chamber. I didn't serve with Howard. As Howard was moving out of City Hall, I was moving in back in 2010. But I certainly did know him from following local politics, and has certainly quoted in the media. But my connection with him really started when I started getting these phone calls about lawn signs for elections. and I was using another company, and I thought, my gosh, I might as well use Howard. He seems so nice, and the price is right, and why not support someone who I peripherally knew? So I started ordering signs from Howard in 2014. And then 2018 came along, and I reordered them. But at the time, that was when council was shrunk. And I ran against former Councillor Maria Ojibwe. So I'm hearing the story from Howard, obviously. So Maria calls him up and says, I'd really like you to endorse me in the campaign. And Howard says, no, I'm endorsing James. And apparently Maria said, well, why would you support him? And Howard said, he buys my signs. So later, I started getting these emails from a publisher promoting a book, Call Me Pisher. Now, I'd never really, I read a lot, but I'd never really thought you could name a book like that. And I was going to buy it online from the publisher. Instead, I called up Howard. I said, look, I'd like to read your book. I'd like to go for breakfast, and I'd like you to sign it. I'm going to buy it from you. So we met for breakfast. We were just coming out of the pandemic. I believe it was Cheryl who said, don't go, it's too dangerous. I don't know whether it was too dangerous because of my politics or because you could catch COVID. But, you know, we sat down at the old Aroma at Bathurst and Wilson. There used to be one until recently. And what struck me was it was amazing to listen to to the history he had in his head of decisions that we were dealing with in the council chamber to this day. And he became almost like an elder statesman, a source of wisdom, a source of knowledge. And it was always fun. And we met again, and it was always fun and educational to listen to him. The last story, I read the book, and it was not a Pulitzer Prize, I could tell you that. But I will say that it was entertaining. It was a very entertaining, and I thought to myself, my gosh, that's what City Hall was like back then. But my final story really surrounds I think it was the 90th anniversary of the Christie Pitts riots, where Christie Pitts riots. And there were MPs, cabinet ministers, I think the mayor was there, everyone there. But Howard was there as well in a scooter. And while people had the opportunity to crowd around all these other elected officials, we all crowded around Howard because it was so nice to see him, so nice to hear him. And as a matter of fact, he is unique in the sense that when he leaves here, he is one of the few who is remembered and who is respected and whose wisdom is cherished. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning. I rise, Speaker, to speak, obviously, about our former colleague, Howard Moscow, and I think that for those of you who never met Howard, you actually lost a great teacher, a great artist, a gambler, someone who took risks. Howard would knock when we travel. Yes, his gambler. Howard would knock on my door at times when we travel and say, look, I want to go to the casino. I need a company. You got to come with me. But I'd say, Howard, I don't gamble. So that's not the point. I want you to gamble with me. Just come with me and so on. And I would have to go and so on and could never say no to Howard. Howard was a kind man. He was, I would say, he was the council jester, the court jester, the jester of council. As Councillor Carroll has pointed out, he read everything. He knew everything. He was always willing to provide counseling to you and to tell you, to create controversy, to create change. He was all about social justice. It was all about, you know, we talk about equality and equitable and so on. Those were fundamental to who Howard Moscow was and to his spirit and so on. He was a really kind person. He loved this city. As an artist, he talked about art, and as we said with James, you need to buy your signs from Howard. If you're buying them from somebody else, he'd come and tell you why you needed to buy it from him, quite frankly. If you didn't, you were in trouble. So, I mean, that was just the bottom line and so on. He was such a kind guy. Like, we were in, by the way, Howard and I had the same birthday, November 28th, right? And so we'd always kind of, talk and banter with our birthday. He would always come by and sort of, the way he walked and came at you and so on. Never bought me cake, but he always had a good advice to tell me. He was very thoughtful, and playful. We all learned a lot from Howard. We watched Howard risk his reputation to ensure, remember when he moved the motion about providing legal representation for members of council when we actually didn't have it, and everybody was afraid to actually respond to it. But Howard stood up in this chamber and argued for it and so on, and I think that we have just to thank him for obviously the energy and the pursuit of justice and so on. But I want to tell you about a time when we were traveling. We had gone to FCM, and FCM back in the early days, and for the members on FCM now, you know, you go, you're embraced and so on. But back in the early days, we were not respected at FCM. In fact, there were so many negative things about Toronto. Howard Moscow, the late Pam McConnell, Norm Kelly, Giorgio Mammoliti, the late Giorgio Mammoliti, and myself, we were that team at FCM. We fought for the GST, the gas rebates, and all of those things. And of course, we had Jack Layton, Mary, your late husband, who was a champion and so on. These were the people that we learned from. These were the people that had such energy and gusto. So sometimes when I stand in this chamber, I'm standing on their shoulders and so on. But I want to tell you about a really interesting story about Howard. We were in PEI, and my wife was from PEI. And we had to find the farm, the 100-acre farm where she grew up. And I couldn't find it. And Howard said, no, we're going to find it this day. So we took the day, we were off, we had just arrived, we're going to find it. We drove around, we couldn't find a place at Argyle Shore. Sure enough, there was a place, and Howard said, we're going to stop and ask. And Howard drove right up to the door, asked and so on, and sure enough, the place that we wanted was across the street. We found it, and it was great. But after we left that place, we were driving back to our hotel, and we came up onto a small town, and it said Toronto. The sign was in tatters. It was awful. It was just really beaten down and what have you. And Howard said, there's no way that a Toronto sign is going to exist like that. And what Howard did was he came back here and had our sign shop made some signs, and he shipped it back to the town. It was an unincorporated town in Prince Edward Island called Toronto, and we shipped it back there to Toronto. That was Howard Moscow. He cared not about just our city, but he cared right about this entire country. He loved this country. When he saw something that needed to change, it didn't matter who actually was standing in his way. He was going to change it. And he was going to cultivate supporters to ensure that he had an army of people to change. So he's left us all much better than we were before. I'm so very proud and very glad to have actually known him. I've learned a lot from him. Sometimes, as I said, when I stand up in this chamber, and I challenge this chamber, I bring a little bit of Howard Moscow to this conversation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I think of Howard, the first words that come to my mind are hello, rookie. I sat beside Howard for 4 years. I was in Brad Bradford's seat, and Howard was beside me. And for the first year, every meeting, every morning, I got a hello, rookie. After I said, Howard, how are you doing? And he's like, well, I'm alive, so I'm happy to be here. At the end of the first year, one of the meetings, and I came in, I was like, morning, Howard. He's like, morning, Paul. And I was like, what happened to hello, rookie? And he goes, well, you learned the ropes now, so now you're just Paul to me. So I was very happy about that. You know, some of the things that Howard and I talked about, Howard swore me to secrecy. I was told I couldn't tell anybody. Shortly after I got elected and I was sitting with him, I was at the tail end of running a snack food distribution business. And I had a trade magazine on my desk that I brought to council. Sorry. And Howard said, what's that? And I said, I explained to him I used to run a snack food business. And he says, can you get kosher chips? And I was like, yeah, I can get kosher chips, no problem. He goes, small bags? I'm like, yeah, small bags. I was like, I can make you up cases, no problem. I'll drop them off at your house. I just need your address. And he's like, no, my wife can't know I'm eating potato chips. and I said, no problem. I'll drop them off at your office. No, Paul. Betty can't know I'm eating potato chips. She'll tell my wife. He said, you need to I'll meet you in the underground parking lot. You bring the chips, I'll bring the money, and we're all good. And I was like, okay, so that's what we did for a long time. I met him in the underground parking lot, and I brought him kosher potato chips. And, you know, we used to poke at each other. About 3 months in, he didn't like the way I voted on something. And I said, you know, Howard, like, how long have you been here? Like, why are you still here? You're beyond Omers. I don't understand what you're doing here. And he looked at me and he said, you know, Paul, if you die in office, they name something after you. And I said, what if they name a sewage plant after you, Howard? And he kind of looked at me for a minute and he goes, if I die in office or after, he goes, you're responsible for making sure they don't name a sewage plant after me. And I was like, no problem, Howard, I can do that. But you know, Howard, I come in the morning, I'd have my notes written out. Howard would have a binder, and it would be heavily tabbed with everything. And I'd say, Howard, how do you find time to read all that? And he goes, well, I don't sleep. I said, what do you mean you don't sleep? And he goes, well, I sleep from like 8. And he goes, I go to bed at 8. I get up at 11 p.m. I read for a couple hours. I go back to bed. I get up, I read again. And then I go back to bed. And he goes, I get everything done. But he said, you have to remember what happens on this side of the glass is different on the other side. It's a whole different world. He goes, you've got to read everything if you want to understand what's going on in this council. And you know, once in a while there'd be a debate and staff would be arguing with something about each other or they'd have a different perspective. And I always appreciated Howard's institutional memory because once in a while I'd say to Howard, I don't understand what's going on here. And he goes, well, it has nothing to do, Paul, with the license for this restaurant down on the beaches. It has to do with the fact that that person reports to that person, and 10 years ago, it was the other way around. So it has nothing to do with the topic at hand. It has all to do with the personalities at play here, and you need to understand that. And the other thing that didn't make it into his book was Howard loved to doodle. Every day he doodled. And for the first few councils, he'd do a doodle and then he'd toss it. And then I said to him, you know what, Howard? At the end of every council meeting, he would give me his doodle, he'd sign it, date it. And so I have a Howard Moscow doodle collection in my office that, you know, I'm very proud of, very happy with. You know, motions, Howard's ability to write motions. A year after 2011, after he retired, I had a Toronto Zoo Board meeting. And we were moving some money around from project to project. And I said, I don't understand the impact of it. And the CEO at the time, he said, well, you know, we might have to close some enclosures. And former Councillor Mamalidi and I were kind of batting heads over where the money was going. And finally, I moved a motion that I said, if what Councillor Mamalidi succeeds in doing, I said, and we have to close the polar bear exhibit, for example, I moved a motion that said, this exhibit is closed due to the fiscal mismanagement of the Toronto Zoo Board of Management. And Mamalidi former Councillor Mamalidi looked across the room at me, and he goes, that's a Howard Moscow motion. And I said to him, you don't think I spent 4 years sitting beside him, Giorgio, and I didn't learn anything? I said, you know, I learned lots from Howard, and I'm very proud of it. I had a very enjoyable 4 years with him. As Councillor Pasternak said, it was great to see him at the Christie Pitts riot anniversary that Councillor Cole advertised. But I certainly miss his humor. I missed his humor.
5 seconds.
All right. Okay. Missed his humor, his institutional knowledge, and all of the advice that he gave.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Mayor Chow, 5 minutes.
Much has been said about Howard, lots of story, and he starts with this big heart. Talked about kindness, big heart. He really cares. Doesn't matter who you are, little guy, big guy, very important person, or anyone on the street. It does not matter. Did not matter. He cares, and it's just gigantic, big heart. Every time I see him, big person, big heart. The other thing that he is creative. Because I sat behind him, and he's always doodling. I was always looking at his doodle. wish I collect. He didn't give it to me. I wish I collected some of his doodles because some of them are fantastic. They're really well done. And he would be expressing, something was being debated, and he would be expressing himself in the doodle, and you sometimes look over and then you just break out laughing. He never showed it publicly necessarily, but very creative. And he uses creativity in the way he formed his motions, in the way he ran his big campaign. Make no doubt about it. He didn't just use his creativity to poke fun at people. He did that. But there was always a reason. He's a public transit champion. So he's always looking for more money to put into public transit. So he would go to a condo developer and said that, when you're selling the condo, you need to make sure that you give them 1 year Metro Pass to if the condo is right beside the subway station. And he got that. I think he got that. I think he got council to adopt that even, not just in his ward. He did. I don't know what happened after that, but I remember that. He also uses relentless energy to go after the Gardner GVP download. And it's funny, the timing of this conversation, this remembrance, our first item is the DVP upload and the Gardner upload, because he spent so much time and energy and creativity talking about the upload. At one point, he had something called principled mischief. He's always into mischief. He wanted to rename the Gardner as something like a Dalton McGuinty expressway or something like that, or that he would just put these signs on the Gardner talking about whatever it was. It was just incredibly creative. Now, we didn't do what I don't think any of it was totally legal, but certainly the conversation or his relentless pushing, the political pushing, really created a climate that there was no doubt, no one in the city of Toronto will argue that we should have DVP and Gardner belong to the city of Toronto. Why he did that? Because he wanted the money into the public transit. And he was the first TDC chair after the amalgamation, I believe. Yeah, he was the first chair of the board, I believe. I think he pushed Mel Lastman, former Mayor Mel Lastman, enough that he finally got it. But the political consensus, really, he built it. I went to visit Howard Moscow twice in the hospital. One time, about 3 or 4 months after I got elected as the mayor. And I have on my recording about an hour long suggestions on how to improve public transit, how to improve Wheel-Trans, and I thought, wow, he was just nonstop. We have to do this idea, that idea, and I recorded it all. It was phenomenal. Here he is in the hospital. It was in the evening. I went to see him, and he was giving me all the suggestions. He did not stop. A few days before he passed, I went to the hospital. He was not that conscious, but he was still lecturing me, saying, Mayor, you need to do this. I didn't completely understand what he was pushing by that point, but he was certainly so committed to public service and improve the city of Toronto for everyone. Whether you're big guy with disability, it didn't matter. It's this public service priority, this championing of the little guy is always remind me of Howard Moscow. Oh, I brought in these tabs because he would come in. I just want to
5 seconds.
Yeah, he would come in with a binder with all these tabs. So I tried to emulate it, but except this is a small binder. He would come in with 3 or 4 binders that size with these tabs. Thank you, Thank you for giving me extra time.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, 5 minutes.
I'm so pleased and feel maybe not up to the task of speaking about Howard Moscow, who I think is an icon that this chamber has produced, and not just in Toronto, but in this country. And hearing everyone's remarks, I think just reinforces that. I was so happy to see him at the Christie Pitts riot commemoration that Councillor Deputy Mayor Cole convened. And I want to just go back in time, because we knew each other starting in the 2000s when the McGuinty government at the time canceled the full funding for Transit City lines. We were here in this chamber. I was a lot younger then, and doing some organizing outside on the ground. And so his status as the TTC's greatest fan, the TTC's most fervent believer, and someone who fought for it so profoundly, is something that for all of us that love public transit is really important. But on a more personal note, I wanted to talk a bit more about something that one of my colleagues has alluded to, is Howard's belief in communities. And he was really profoundly involved in community arts and supporting community arts. He understood fundamentally that when young people are struggling with their economic situation, with a future that doesn't look very bright, the community arts was a way to reimagine your identity, who you are in the society, and how to build from that. At the time, I was chair of the Art Starts board, and we were located at Oakwood and Rogers, and we worked together. He got us funds. He squeezed Tim Hortons. He squeezed developers. He was helping us to build out, because we didn't want to just be in one neighborhood. We wanted to grow. Art Starts today operates in Glendower, in North Scarborough, at Villa Ways, and most importantly, in Lawrence Heights and Neptune. And so we worked together around 2008, 2009, very closely, because Howard forced the owners of Yorkdale Mall to create a space where Art Starts could operate with a kiln that he made them build, programming rooms, and it meant doubling, in fact, the operational budget of Art Starts to be able to make that citywide expansion. And I just want to locate us in time, because this was after the Summer of the Gun, and it was so important to him. He was so passionate about having Art Starts move to Yorkdale Mall. It was going to be neutral ground between Lawrence Heights and Neptune, and young people were going to go there. And he wanted them to be trained, and he wanted them to also to be participant in community arts. Finally, I want to say that Howard was an amazing mentor. When I made the transition, when I was a community leader, first got involved in running, he was one of the first people that supported me. In 2003. Other people were, oh, you're too young, you're too left, all these other things. He never told me to change myself. He said, just be more yourself, do you. And he hosted actually the first fundraising dinner I ever had at Lula Lounge. And it was that kind of, the belief in people, the love, the generosity, quietly building out the capacity of people that were so different from him in biography and in so many different ways. But he believed that younger people, no matter what their situation, had a lot of promise. And he put his money and his energy and his love, his charisma, his relentless drive. I've never been more uncomfortable than sitting in a meeting where Howard is just forcing someone to say, you're going to cough up this money because you owe it to this community. And you know what? The city is better off for it. And I just want to say thank you for that mentorship and that modeling for all of those of us who want to do a good job, for who he really focused on, the people who are most excluded, most marginalized, and the warrior for social justice that Toronto always needed, and I hope that we continue to have in the city.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
What lovely stories that we're hearing this morning about our friend and colleague, Howard Moscow. And when we rolled in here in 2003, and I'm looking at you, Councillor Thompson and Carol and myself, and we rolled in here with David Miller as mayor, and then there's this big guy who seemed to have so much authority and knew so much and was very sacrilegious in a way that he never cared if he was ruled out of order. He provoked these things, crazy motions. Okay, dare me. I'm daring you to rule me out of order on my motion about X or Y. And he kind of wore that as a badge of honor on these many things that we've talked about today, including a police helicopter and that it need to be parked on the top of Tim Hortons. That was his motion. Of course, it did get ruled out of order. He was fearless and smart. You think of North York and you thought of Howard Moscow. I really urge everybody, I'm so happy you brought up Call Me Pisher, Councillor Pasternak, because it's a lovely rollicking read that really gets you to know this man and the politics of the time. I didn't know, but one of my best friends grew up in Don Mills and went to Don Mills Collegiate and said, "Oh, Howard Moscow was my art teacher." So everyone who talks about arts today, it shouldn't surprise anybody that that was always in his heart, and he was always finding ways to make arts front and center and assisting in all of that. That was, and why he had a sign business, because he could keep his hand into the arts. So we really thank him for that. One of the reasons why when we have our street furniture, we also had the program that paid for all of the murals. It's no surprise that at that time with Mayor Miller that became a very big part of funding beauty and art in the city. The taxi cabs and Howard Moscow, both of those two words would always go together, and you knew more about it. And he and former Deputy Mayor Min and Wong, it was the clash of the titans whenever taxi cabs came up. I only wish that he was here when we had all the discussions about Uber, because I think that we would have had a better deal, and Uber drivers would have had a much better deal if Howard Moscow was here, because he always looked after workers. That was one of his very big principles in his life. Another little thing, and I did check it when we did the washroom piece. I checked it, that nobody changed it. That large retail, Winners, Shoppers, Loblaws, you always have to have a public bathroom. And when MLS tried to change that, Howard Moscow, again, moved another motion about the right to tinkle. It had to be a motion. I think somebody might remember that, but it's still in there. I had to check for Howard. It's still there. Let's not forget, that's a requirement. Public washroom in all of these institutions and large businesses. I do think that Lawrence Heights went through, and you've stewarded that so well, Deputy Mayor Cole. I know he's smiling about that, and the AOC that went through yesterday, your work on that. When Lawrence Heights, we had 2 revitalizations, Don Mount, Regent Park, big ones, and then Howard said, I need to revitalize Lawrence Heights. And TCHC, well, it's not quite up on the list yet. I need to revitalize Lawrence Heights. And yes, now, with all the work, his work, and your son's work, and your work, Deputy Mayor, Lawrence Heights is well on the way. Those were difficult negotiations. He did send me in to do them with planning, because I was on the board at that time. So I've always stayed connected and felt Lawrence Heights, we have to always look after it. The other thing about Howard is he was a good left winger. He worked across the spectrum. You can hear everybody has something good to say about Howard. He was a good NDPer and a good left winger, and he was strong till the end. I'll tell you one last story, because when the G7 came here and we had a big secret meeting about leasing the old film studio for a detention center, it was quite concerning. And at the end of the day, it was quite concerning, because there were 1,000 people that were detained there without any rights at the end of the day. But 5 of us have a plaque in our office, because it was in camera motion, but we did have a recorded vote on that. 5 people. Who voted against it? Counselor Perks, Counselor Davis, Counselor
5
McEvans,
seconds.
Counselor Fletcher, Counselor Moscow, and he was proud of that plaque till the very end.
Thank you. Counselor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll just say, when I first became TTC chair, the first person who wanted to meet me was Howard Moss. And I remember meeting him and I was in awe because I had grown up reading stories about him as TTC chair and, his pizzazz committee and, the wildcat strikes he had with. And it was just such a humbling experience for me. And really, hearing his stories, hearing his intellect. And he came in on his scooter and, how he was so proud of all the changes he had made to the TTC to make it more accessible. A lot of people don't realize that one of Howard's major legacies in Toronto was making sure all the streetcars are accessible, all the bikes are accessible, all the buses are accessible, and all the subways are accessible. And that was before he was in a scooter. He was so committed to this sense of social justice that it just really inspired me. And it really left a mark on me. And when I got in there and I was like, there's all these problems, I don't know what to do. And he looked at me dead in the eye and he said, Jamal, you are an elected official and you have a responsibility to act. Whatever you do, people are going to criticize you. That's okay. Just make sure you're doing the right thing. And I've taken that really to heart and it meant a lot to me. And I just want to thank Howard for those words of wisdom. And exactly 1 year later, Howard showed up in my office. And I was like, Howard, what are you doing here? And he goes, we have a meeting. And I'm like, Howard, that was the meeting from last year. Uh, so, so he showed up and, we chatted anyways, and we had a good catch up. He was still in good spirits, still really committed to the TTC, and just very, very grateful I had the opportunity to meet with him, gain some of his knowledge and really just, get to meet someone I really admired growing up as a kid. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Sachs.
Sorry, I was actually trying to talk about the agenda, not about Councillor Moscow, who I never met.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Perks.
This place is less interesting than it used to be. When Howard was on council, there were a few other characters. He particularly would have fun with the late Giorgio Mammoliti. Councillor Mammoliti had this idea to build the largest flagpole in the world in his ward. And he would look for excuses to get it on the agenda. And Howard really thought that this was a fun thing to play with. So Councillor Mammoliti moved it. Councillor Moscow got up and said, so you want to erect this flagpole, and asked him questions and so on. Thanks. Sat down and wrote out a motion, which he submitted to the clerk. And if memory serves, the motion was that there would be a plaque in front of the flagpole saying, the City of Toronto congratulates Councillor Mammoliti on his erection. These would be little throwaways. And yes, it was ruled out of order. And by the way, everything I know about the procedure bylaw, I learned by watching what Howard did and not doing that. So he would do stuff like that was fun, but mostly when he was creating mayhem, there was a deeper purpose. And probably the best expression of this was, I'm forgetting the exact year, I think it was 2008. The City of Toronto concluded its first ever government funding arrangement for TTC vehicles. And there was a big announcement. Prime Minister Martin was there. Premier McGuinty was there. Mayor Miller was there. I got invited to go. And on the way up, there's a group of us from council and Mayor Miller, and Gloria was on that bus. I think Shelley was on the bus with us. And I was just talking to David Miller's chief of staff, Jane Carwatt, saying, you know, what's the order of the day? And, you know, so-and-so's going to speak, so-and-so's going to speak. And I asked, is the chair of the TTC, Howard Moscow, going to speak? And Jane said to me, oh, no, no, no. It's actually written in the funding agreement. Because Howard had pressured the Prime Minister and the Premier so viciously. He had actually at one point made bumper stickers with Dalton McGuinty stabbing the city of Toronto in the back. He had put so much pressure on to get this $1 billion that a deal point was that Howard Moscow could not speak at the press conference. And that was the way of him. That he sure, he loved the limelight and all of that, but much more importantly, he loved the city of Toronto and the people in it, and would do anything, absolutely anything, to make it a better place to live. As I was thinking about what I would say, I was thinking back to, you know, I've read Howard's book, and I was also at his funeral. And he actually had conditions in his will. And one of them was that any obituary must include the following. And I'm not going to get it right verbatim. Copies of Call Me Pisher can be purchased at Amazon.com for $37.46. It's published by Yorkland Publishing. It is 476 pages. The ISBN number is 0969712758. Howard wanted you to know that.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, 5 minutes.
I'll try to keep it within 5 minutes, Speaker, for sure.
Well,
I just
5
want
minutes.
to simply recognize that Cheryl is here, his daughter's here this morning. Cheryl Moscow's with us. But I know that Gloria, his wife, and Candace and Vicky, they'll be tuned in. If they're not tuned in now, they'll be tuned in at some point as well. And I want to thank them for that, because Howard loved his family, and his family loved him back. So, good. I also wanted to give a shout out to Ben, who's no longer with us. Ben, Betty, and Irene, who were loyal and respected Howard and worked with him forever. And Howard was loyal back, and that's what happens. Loyalty begets loyalty. So for them as well. So I got a chance to see Howard just about a week before he passed, and I got an opportunity to visit him, like the mayor, at the hospital. And it was late at night, and he had been heavily sedated because he clearly was in pain. But he was in and out, and I sort of went through a bit of history, told him some stories, and he laughed, and I'm reminded. I was reminded of when we first met, and Howard convinced me then, as a 20-something kid still in university at York University, to run for public office and run for Catholic school trustee and share a trailer with him at the corner of Keele and Wilson, along with Maria Rizzo and Errol Young and Norm Kelly, a whole bunch of us, all notables, of course. And it didn't occur to me much later that it was also good, to buy Howard signs and share the trailer expenses and so on. But thanks to Howard, I won that campaign. Howard was a remarkably talented individual. I know much has been said about his art and his doodling and artwork, but Howard in the middle of the night could, whoop up a silk screen, get you started on, silk screening some election signs, get a brochure, sort of photo ready, and he could do all of that in half hour, 40 minutes at 2 in the morning. He was an incredibly focused and talented individual. And in fact, I was going through, this is his book, by the way, Call Me Pisher, a madcap romp through City Hall. And I was going through that, and in one of the chapters here, chapter 56, I wish he had made it chapter 59, because those are the number of votes I won by in that election. He recounts when we first met, and tells a little story about what happened in one of our campaigns. But the one story that is not in this book, and I just want to recount it for all of you, and it's the reason I learned to love Howard. And we'll miss him dearly. I just gotten elected to the school board, and I was there, and the school board was contemplating some millions of dollars worth of cuts to heritage programs behind closed doors in private. And I remember being a young, scared guy, and I go to Howard. Howard, they're contemplating cutting all these programs out of the thing, and they're all doing it in secret. What? Are you kidding me? No, that's not secret. That should be in public. You should tell the world, right? Howard, they're going to kick me off the board. This is like, I took an oath, right? I can't do that. No, they've got no right to do that. And he says, come over here. And sure enough, I go over to his office in the middle of the night, photocopies all these reports, and with my name on him, cover letter from me, sends it to all his media friends. And, well, the shitstorm that ensued, right? It's chronicled in the papers there somewhere. But the programs got saved. And I want to quote a line, and I'm so glad that he was my mentor. In his book, again, back on page 459, he says, once you have determined what is right, do everything in your power to live by your principles. He had a healthy disrespect for authority. He quotes that in here. Howard didn't believe in heaven or hell.
5 seconds.
But you know what? If there is a heaven, I know he's looking down and laughing his guts off today. He's peeing his pants. You know why? Because he's, once again, the story. Howard didn't work his way into a story. Howard was the story.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to say a few words. I sat at Metro Council when I was the mayor with Howard, and I remember the first thing, and this is just prior to amalgamation, and Mayor, you were on that Metro Council, and Howard, when I first came into the Metro Council meeting, he would tell me who to trust, not to trust. He would tell me which people you should be trusting and which people you should be working with. But when we were on Metro Council, then that was the time when the province canceled the Eglinton subway and approved the North York Council, North York subway. And yeah, and Howard was very emotional about that. He was, he opposed that Eglinton should have been built first rather than North York. So there was a huge debate. I don't know if you remember that, Mayor, huge debate. Why canceling the Eglinton and North York? Then after amalgamation, when David Miller was the mayor, the proposal for the streetcar dedicated line on St. Clair, go through on St. Clair, which was a huge debate on that. Well, Howard moved a motion that it should be extended to Scarlett Road in my area. Now, St. Clair and Scarlett Road, St. Clair ends at Scarlett Road. There was no way you can expand that streetcar. You'd have to go under the bridge, which is on Scarlett Road, So the staff said, well, we would have to report on that because it would be impossible. Well, then let's move a motion that we widen that bridge. And to this day, the bridge hasn't been widened yet. It's in the budget, and we're still working on that bridge widening at Scarlett and St. Clair. Hopefully soon. And that was a motion that Howard moved. Let's widen that bridge so we can get the streetcar to go down St. Clair to Scarlett to Dundas. And so that we are widening that bridge. I don't know when. We do have the money in the budget, but it should be very shortly. But he was helping me on that. And then of course after I brought all my election signs with him. You're right. He would email everyone. He's the best. And but we remained friends for many years. So I just wanted to make those comments, and I'll never forget Howard. Thank you. Okay. Members, we will now review Councillor Cole.
Howard's name, I've ordered some bagels from Howard's favorite bagel shop, Greif's Bagels on Bathurst. So everybody will have some schmear and bagels available. And Cheryl, as Howard would always say, bring some home for Gloria. So take some bagels back to Gloria. Thank you.
Okay, members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 41.7, review of the order paper. There are 65 items left on the agenda, including 49 member motions. The mayor has timed a second key matter, item CC 42.2, headed Ontario, Toronto, New Deal, advancing the upload of the Don Valley Parkway and Frederick G. Gardner Expressway to the province as the first item of business this morning. Council has timed item EX 32.5, headed Toronto Hydro Corporation Annual General Meeting and 2025 audited financial statements as the first item of business following the mayor's key matter. Council has timed item IE 30.8, headed Queen's Park North Donation Concept Plan Update Report as the first item of business following member motions this afternoon. And the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available on item IE 30.8 for members' review online. The city manager has submitted a supplementary report with recommendations. Council has timed item CC 42.1, headed Ombudsman Toronto Report, no refunds for discontinued TTC tickets and tokens, an investigation behind how the decision was made as the second item of business following member motions this afternoon. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move a deferral for item CC 42.1 to the July 29th, 30th, and 31st meeting of council.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it. CC 42.1.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the Ombudsman report.
Yeah, so Councillor Thompson is moving to defer CC 42.1, which is the Ombudsman report, to the next meeting of council.
Yep.
Okay. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, I want some time to
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to transfer a hold, please, of the maximum heat bylaw of CC 42.12 to Councillor Bravo. She's got a motion to bring.
Okay. So you're transferring your item to Councillor Bravo.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Yes, I would like to release PH 31.6, Amendment to Municipal Code Chapter 27, Council Procedures, and Municipal Code 925, Permit Parking, streamlining permit parking exclusions for new developments. Yesterday I tried to release it. Councillor Holliday wanted to ask some questions of staff. He's very diligently done that and tells me we can release it now.
Okay, so on PH 31.6, Councillor Perks is releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Any further releases? No?
I think that's the only other thing I was
That's
holding.
the only thing, okay. Anybody? Okay, yeah, just a sec. Deputy Mayor Malik, you're next.
Sorry, I just want a quick release, GG 30.25. Animate Nathan Phillips.
Animate Nathan Phillips Square?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, just want to quick release it.
Yeah, but it's here without a recommendation.
Oh. I would like to move the recommendation, please.
So you're moving the supplementary report?
Yeah.
Okay, so on GG. Yeah, so you're just receiving it for information. Okay. GG 30.25, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I can't seem to get my list up, so perhaps I could just get some assistance figuring that out. It'd be helpful. Thank you. I'm going to release IE 30.7, concerns and considerations raised by the province of Ontario and energy utilities regarding development in proximity to the Hearn switching station. It doesn't have recommendations. It's just to receive that report.
Okay, so on IE 30.7, Councillor Fletcher is moving receipt. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Do you have any more?
No, I think there'll be quite a few councillors that want to discuss the Vision Zero update, the whole issue that we've heard about.
Okay.
There's a few other ones there, so no, I think we'll just leave those.
All right.
Some very good motions to discuss here.
All those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Members, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Do we have 18 members? Do we have 18 members? Oh, okay. All right. So we're doing members' motion, introducing members' motion now. Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry. Thank you.
You have two.
I'm now, thank you to clerks who have now got me back with my name there. I do have two. There they are. Two. One in particular is around Théâtre Français. I think we're moving in the right direction. This would be the first location for them in 60 years that they would be able to have as the biggest French theater outside of Quebec. And the second is work with staff for many months in parks about Promise Cherry Beach, which is an annual, weekly event that got...
Okay, we have to do one at a time.
Oh,
so.
sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
On favor, carried. Okay, and then the second one.
This one's still left over from the closure of the lift bridge getting into Cherry Beach. So this is for partial reimbursement. I've worked with staff for quite a few years on this.
On favor, carried.
And I will have one more, Speaker, that I'm working on.
Okay. Councillor Candeval, you are ready to introduce a motion. Yeah, you have two. Okay, go ahead.
The first motion, if staff can place it, I'm not sure which order it was given. This is to improve streetscaping along Birchcliff Village, which is on Kingston Road between Birchmount and Warden.
Okay, on favor, carried. Okay, the next one we'll put on the screen. Okay. This is the public access at Birchmount Stadium.
Yes, exactly. This is to ask staff to work with present permit holders as well as our office to increase public accessibility to important asset in our community, Birchmount Stadium.
Okay, on favor, carried. Councillor Moyes, you're next.
Which one is this?
Ah.
Yes, this is for
Outdoor patio
yeah,
for
outdoor
460
patios,
Adelaide.
460 Adelaide Street.
Okay, on favor, carried. Mayor Chow, you have a member's motion you want to introduce?
May I have it on the board? It should be prepared. This is the recognition, restoration, expansion of the AIDS Memorial.
Okay, on favor, carried. That it? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so members of council, we will now go to the key item, mayor's key item, which is CC 42.2, which is the Ontario-Toronto New Deal, advancing the upload of the Don Valley Parkway and the Gardiner Expressway to the province. So we'll bring staff to the front to ask questions. So if you have questions to staff, if you can please put your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher, questions to staff.
This is just a technical question regarding policing. Since right now I believe it's the Toronto Police that regulate traffic. And would this shift in any way, since it would no longer be under Toronto jurisdiction, to Ontario? Or if it doesn't, how would we be compensated for that?
Speaker, as part of the upload of the Gardiner DVP.
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Speaker, as part of the upload of the DVP, the OPP will be assuming responsibility for the operations of the Gardiner.
So the OPP will overtake the operations, and what will the savings be or the quotient in officers be for the city at that point?
Speaker, so that's not information we have at this time. The province is continuing to have those conversations with the city, and those conversations are ongoing.
So, but if we're not paying for the officers, are we going to be paying for the OPP officers? Are they paying for the OPP officers, which means that those who are currently on the DVP for all the closures, somebody's jumped, all the Toronto police are there, there should be a savings here for a TPS. So I'm quite interested in what that number might be.
So the first piece first, we will not be contributing to the OPP costs. That will be part of what the province will take on. So they're responsible for all capital and operating once this transfer happens. In terms of any savings from the Toronto Police Service, we don't have that information at the moment. My assumption is there would be a reallocation, but we'd be talking to the Toronto Police Service and have more of that coming forward within the 2027 budget and beyond, because this shift doesn't happen until the fall of 2027.
Do we have any, I'm sorry to belabor this, but once we get way into that budget, I'm just trying to quantify the officer time, number of vehicles. It goes across quite a few police divisions, and I know from mine, which doesn't cover that, but the cost of an accident, that's a tremendous amount of police time, police cars. The cost of somebody unfortunately jumping onto the DVP in particular is really difficult and takes up a lot of time and effort, and I believe that should be quantified. So before we get to March 2027, somewhere that quantification of the actual reduction of effort, car time, gas costs, officer costs should be in front of this council. How will that happen?
So my suggestion is that we'll request that information be included as specific notes within the budget package that would come forward from the Toronto Police Service. So that would happen, late this year or so for the very first meetings of the new council.
Well, can we not get that as an outcome of this conversation? Because it is, for me, one of the bigger ticket items, quite possibly, for one of the things we haven't thought about. We're not going to be paying for everything. We're not paying for that either.
So, Speaker, no, because the negotiations, which would include what exactly will be the operational duties that are assigned as this gets uploaded, would not be completed by next month's council.
And any conversation about the standards that would be in place for the DVP as far as responding to accidents, et cetera, et cetera. I think there's a standard of practice that the Toronto Police Service has the province agreed to simply maintain that exact same standard of practice for attending accidents or deaths?
So what I can tell you is that this already exists as how we respond to those pieces on the 400 series highways as well. Talking to the police chief, there are lots of times where Toronto police are also responding to incidents that happen on the 400 series highways. So we will be confirming all of those things are in place, but you know, that is what this next phase of work is to lock down what that exactly looks like, so that by the time the transfer happens 16 months from now, that we have all of that information.
And to quantify those types of costs within
Yes.
the police budget. So they're not just carried over, they're actually costs that we will no longer be.
Correct. We'll parse out what it is around service, what the community can expect in terms of service, which shouldn't be a change of service. But the other piece is, as I say, we'll request that there are specific notes about how the transfer of the Gardner in late 2027 will impact the Toronto Police Service budget in 2027 and beyond.
With quantification of, here's the number of divisions, here's the number of here's the number of accidents, here's the number of hours, here's the number of everything. It's actually very quantifiable to know what the costs are to attend.
So we'll ask them
In
to
the
bring,
Gardner in particular.
That was your last question.
We'll ask them to bring forward as much information as they have to quantify what happens currently on the DVP in Gardner and what that shift looks like when they're no longer responsible for that operation.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you. I guess this is the city manager's office that's negotiated this, but I'll allow anyone to answer the question. The city for years closed the Gardner and DVP for various reasons. Sometimes it was for maintenance. Sometimes it was for special events. Who now controls the closure of the expressways?
So, Speaker, once the completion of this transfer happens, the province will be responsible for the operations of it. That would include any maintenance closures or the way they handle maintenance, and it will also involve how other types of events utilize that space. So part of this period of time that we have now is to let them know all the things that are going on, and we've done some of that already, to let them know what happens on this roadway. But in terms of the actual decision-making around it, it becomes a provincial road. Therefore, the decisions will lie with the province.
Okay. So from time to time, there are explosions in the news, as there should be, when there's a lack of coordination of closures or major events. Sometimes the highway gets closed, major roads get closed, and there's work on public transit. And the buck stops with the city because that's our coordination, but now this is another moving part. So what's the plan ahead to coordinate all of the decisions that are in the city's control with the decisions that are now in the province's control so that we don't have a catastrophe?
So as we've built towards this place, we've recognized we do need a joint governance model for things exactly like that. That will be built in to the agreement, so there will be a joint governance on those types of decisions, not around ownership and operation on a day-to-day basis, but to look at those types of scenarios, there will be a different governance for this roadway.
When we were discussing snow clearing at council, there was a lot of, I remember asking questions about snow clearing on expressways, snow removal on expressways, and some of the extra work that we did even just this past winter to deal with snow accumulated on the sides of the expressways. Given that the expressway road classification of our assets is now just about to diminish, I think there's just some small bits left after the removal of these. What happens to all that equipment, crews, contracts, all the costs that are associated with things like snow clearing or maintaining those highways?
So in terms of our contract for snow, you know, actually remember this past winter, we actually contracted that out separately so we could reallocate some of our equipment to handle the snow within the city. Recognizing when this transfer happens, it actually doesn't time out badly because we will be looking to retender our work for winter maintenance anyways heading into 2029, if I recall. So the short answer is we don't anticipate much of an impact. Obviously, the province will be responsible for that operation and that maintenance of it. we can easily redeploy in the short term, and then in the long term, we would tender without that road as part of our operations for winter maintenance.
So my question is sort of quite the opposite tact, and that is, what's our savings? If we've had this massive piece of work taken off of our shoulders, that's the summertime and of course the winter maintenance, should we not, save money, save work effort?
So to be honest, the operating costs on the Gardner DVP are not all that much on an annual basis. Forget what the actual operating piece is as opposed to the capital, but of the $700 million that we'll be receiving in operating and capital funding from 2024 to the actual upload from the province, only a small portion of that is operating. It's somewhere around the area of $7 million. So I don't want to suggest that $7 million isn't a lot of money. That would be reinvested and can help us in those savings. Part of that is actually winter control as well.
So would there be an opportunity in the next winter services contract discussion or just general discussion to talk about the savings that were generated as opposed to just letting it reallocate and disappear?
No, absolutely. There will be, and we'll work in our budget of identifying some of that within the 2027 budget, because there will be a small amount of savings because this is the fall of 2027 and then fully into 2028 and with our work on the maintenance contract for snow.
Thank you.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor Malik, questions?
Thank you very much. In this term of council, we passed the Under Gardner Public Realm Strategy. We have been working with our close partners at the city, at the Bentway, around the activity under the Gardner. And that's just one of the, kind of many different ways that the space under the Gardner is used. So I'm just looking to understand a little bit more about how that leadership and that activity might be protected in the engagement as we move forward on this agreement.
So, Speaker, it's one of the reasons we still have a long way to go until the finalization of this. Is that those are now the very specifics we're getting into. Just to be really clear, the province is taking over the Gardner and the Don Valley Parkway, and that is it. Not the stuff underneath it. We will still, operate that, but the legal language on how we protect that and look at that needs to be done. This is a unique road, as opposed to if you look at the 401 or the 427 in terms of what happens beneath it in certain sections or above it in certain sections like the Don Valley. So we will be working those agreements in. They're all different. Wendy and her team, in terms of our city solicitor, will be also providing lots of guidance and support on that. And that piece is neither the province doesn't want to change what that looks like for Toronto, but there is a need to change it from a legal structure perspective.
And, as we move forward, there has been, from what I've understood, a collaborative and a cooperative approach across divisions when it comes to that activity under the Gardner, because it does have a number of implications. Are we also bringing some of that experience to the table, just in terms of a model of how we work together to preserve some of that work and those uses moving forward?
We are absolutely, and I would be remiss not to, say a big word of thanks to all the divisions that have helped us right from the minute that the mayor and the premier signed the New Deal. This has been the longest project management component of the New Deal, and it continues to be. And so the work of transportation services in particular, and our engineering and construction services folks, but also we will be relying on some of our human services and our solid waste management folks to make sure that this is all happening. It is a collaborative effort. We're all at the table. The project management comes out of the city manager's office, but the heavy work has happened in many divisions.
And just to clarify, that includes Toronto Shelter and Support Services as well?
Absolutely. So from a human dynamic, that's not going to change either. What happens, I'll just use the below the Gardner as the example. What happens there is going to continue to happen in the same way. There is a period of time, however, to legally paper that, but in terms of what Torontonians can see and expect, our job is to make sure that that day-to-day activity is the same and allows us also to improve that service over time when we want to without having to go through a convoluted process of it. It's also why we want a joint governance strategy for the Gardner DVP, which is different.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Yes, Speaker, and good morning. So just to follow up on some of the questioning that we've already had this morning, I want just some clarity on the timelines. So the upload will be finalized by fall of 2027. Is that what I understand?
That is when the formal change will occur. The province will fully own and operate the Gardner, and the DVP is targeted for the fall of 2027.
You mentioned earlier that that is the upload of everything above and anything and any activity underneath. That's our responsibility, the City of Toronto.
So that's what we're working through with the signing of the more formal documents that need to be done, is how do we protect what we need to do underneath or above in the cases of sometimes the TTC that runs across and on top of the Don Valley Parkway. So we have a lot of those things to work through across every inch of the Gardner DVP to make sure that it's clear what we're doing and it's clear what the province is doing.
Well, historically, the structure of the Gardner has been a massive expense on the taxpayers. Does the deal include the structure underneath the Gardner as well, uploaded to the province? Or is there any responsibility we have structurally?
Anything required to maintain the Gardner and the DVP, which include the structure to keep it up in the elevated sections, if I use those, are all the responsibility of the provincial government. And I should add, that started in 2024. $700 million has been provided to the City of Toronto to do just that work, and it's anticipated not anticipated, that will continue. It just won't flow through us. They will actually contract the work themselves.
Has the $700 million already been transferred to the city?
So the first portion of it was some $360 million or so, and then we have another portion coming from the province to cover the period that leads up to the fall of 2027. And that's been confirmed in writing from the ministry, so there's no questions about it. It covers both capital and operating, but as I mentioned, the vast majority of it is towards the capital.
Will that be enough? Will that be adequate to do the current work that we're doing to keep the Gardner safe?
Yes, it is. It's actually based on the estimates that we've been working with the Ministry of Transportation on, and it fully covers the anticipated work between now and the time that they will take over the responsibility for contracting work.
But if we run short, do we have the ability to ask for more?
Correct. The agreement that we have, we don't anticipate that happening, Councillor, but if it were to happen, the agreement we have is that they are covering all the capital, all the operating. They have done that since day one of this deal, which was the 1st of January 2024.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Is there anything within the agreement going forward that bans tolls? Can the province ever apply tolls to this roadway?
So, Speaker, it's not in the agreement. They've certainly publicly said that's what their plan to do is, but once they own the asset, they will be permitted to do what they wish to do with that road within the framework of our agreement. But they've been very public as a provincial government, this provincial government, saying they would never toll that road.
And will this be considered, will the names change and it will be a 400 series highway, or that's to be determined?
So the agreement that we've struck with them is that we would continue to remain with the naming as it is today.
I'm not sure whether you could talk about 770 Bayview Avenue and what that property means to this.
So what I can say is that there are properties that today are used for the staging areas for the equipment to maintain and operate the DVP in Gardner, but that any further detail on those pieces we would have to do in closed session.
And what's the end game here? When do we wrap this thing up? We've been at it for a couple of years. Any deadlines or?
So today is an important deadline to provide direction that we can fully execute on the terms and conditions and the terms of reference or the term sheet for moving forward. Then we get to work on actually all the legal stuff that has to happen for the transfer. That is going to happen in the fall of 2027. The province has full authority to, so they didn't really have a date for a while, and you and I have had this conversation many times. They now have a time frame, and they've now gone to Treasury Board and all the rest to make that happen. So we're very pleased there's a date. We are putting this all down on paper, and you know, by that time frame, the City of Toronto will no longer be required on a capital or operating basis to maintain the Gardner and the DVP, and that is a tremendous savings that we've already realized, and in the future, a tremendous savings that we no longer have to bear.
If they ever change ramps or access parts or any of that, do they have to consult us?
So once it becomes a provincial roadway, all of the things that they normally would do with municipalities that they do with their roads now would be part and parcel of this. So if you think about changes that have occurred over the years on the 427 or the 401 series, this would simply become part of that work. And then to further recognize the uniqueness of this roadway, that's why we're having a bit of a different joint governance approach to this, so that we would be aware of any changes to the plans.
Okay. We'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions to this item before we go to speakers? We're on the upload of the Don Valley and the Gardner. So members of the council, everyone knows? Heard me? Okay, because I don't want somebody to come back to me later and say I wanted to ask a question. Okay, we're going to speakers. Mayor Chow to speak.
Yeah, I have, I'm just moving the supplementary report that is from our staff, and I think that is loaded. That's basically the report that is in front of you, a supplementary report. But look, I'm very excited that we have the final terms of our agreement to upload the Gardner and the DVP to the provincial government. This was the centerpiece of the new deal I negotiated with the Premier 3 years ago. And it's for you, Howard Moscow, because he's certainly helped build the culture, and all of you have. Because through the years, many of you, whether it is through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, through the daily conversations with your provincial and the federal counterpart, especially provincial counterpart, we've state our cases, and we finally landed this. We are putting Toronto back on strong financial footing so we can do what matters most: provide better service, better public transit, and safer communities. Uploading the highway freed up capital dollars right away. So it's $500 million for TTC repairs. The slow zones are disappearing as we speak. It's the biggest investment in TTC history. $400 million to fix parks, community centers, and public spaces. And Councillor Chang, I know you said that you want to have public spaces. We are fixing what we have now. If we have more, we will build more, a lot more. But at least it's $400 million to start, okay, because of this upload. $400 million to fix roads, bridges, and sidewalks. Yes, we still have a lot of potholes. The roads are in rough shape, but at least we are investing $400 million to continue to upgrade our roads. And there are much, much more. It's a total of $1.9 billion. That's towards our state of good repair. In fact, we are able to make our backlog a lot shorter, that list. There is also an additional $73 million from the province from speeding up the reconstruction of a big part of the Gardner. So we did it from 3 years. We moved it to 1.5 years. It was done in half the time. in terms of the Gardner, so less congestion because of that. And earlier this month, we announced the transfer will be final in fall of 2027. You heard that from staff, with the province covering operating and maintenance costs until then. I didn't want just to do the upload and during the period that we are still saddled with the dollar amount. We said very clearly right from the start, as we sign the new deal, the operating and the capital costs would come from the province, and they agreed to it. Today we have the final terms before us, and I want to thank the city staff for your hard work, because there were months and months, well, several years of hard work in landing this agreement. All told, the new deal netted the city over $4 billion in financial support from the provincial government. It put us back in a very strong financial footing. And as you recall, when I first came in, we had a $1.8 billion shortfall. And now, for the first time in 23 years, our credit rating was upgraded to AA+, one of the strongest in North America, and very much part of this because of this new deal. The investors from around the world are lining up to buy Toronto bonds, and that saves us money. It allows us to deliver the service and infrastructure people relied on: public transit, beautiful parks, roads, bridges, and sidewalk. So, thank you, and hopefully you will support this item in front of you.
Thank you. Councillor Ains, do you have a question to the mayor?
I do. It's a quick one, Mayor. So yesterday, $1.5 billion from the provincial government in development charge support, and you were just saying that this uploaded the Gardner Expressway and the DVPs. That'll put another $4 billion of money available to us, and our credit rating has increased, I think, for the first time in 12 years.
23 years.
Yeah. What's next?
Wait for it. There's still one more council.
All right. I just like to say thank you. You know, on behalf of my residents, people always say, why do we run the DVP and the Gardner Expressway? They're highways the province should be looking after. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of myself and my residents for bringing all these financial supports and further increasing the ability of us to successfully run a city.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Paul Ainsley.
Did you have a
it's
question?
Your work.
Don't you think?
Your work in both AMO and the FCM, and all the members that represent us in FCM, you represent us well. So this is a joint effort from all council members.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
And thank you very much. I have a motion. I believe Clerks has the motion. All right, and it's on the screen. And my motion looks to ensure that the work that this council has done to move forward with the Under-Gardner a public realm plan and, to support our exceptional partners at the Bentway can actually continue. As the city manager shared with us, this is part of the ongoing dialogue, and this provides a little bit more explicit direction on this. This is a really important update, and moving these two pieces of infrastructure to the province has already enabled us, as was mentioned, to direct millions of dollars to state of good repair funding in our community infrastructure that is experienced every single day and that benefits all of our communities. Our communities are being invested in deeply through this work and this negotiation. And now this will help us in the long term to continue these investments. And as well, I want to echo the thanks to Mayor Chow for negotiating this very important upload, this critical piece of work that I know has been part of the call from City Council and from the city for many years now. And instead of just, delaying on the repair of this infrastructure, having the state of good repair hang over our heads. Mayor Chow got this deal done in the first 6 months, and we are continuing to do that important due diligence in order to, kind of complete that negotiation. This is such a huge stride for us as a council, and I know that we continue to be proud of these efforts. I'm glad that we can move through this to continue to those negotiating tables and also to work to protect and preserve what we have been able to accomplish during this period as well.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is a good day because I can quietly bring my most common speech that I've given over the years to an end. And the speech looks something like this. If you started off in Fort Erie and drove along the QEW, you would see that cities like St. Catharines, Hamilton, Burlington, Oakville, Mississauga would all get a fully funded provincial highway that would lead through their cities. But the minute you hit the 427, it would all of a sudden become a municipal road, and the city of Toronto was on the hook for tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. This was one of the biggest prices we paid during amalgamation and during the downloading area to take on these two roads, which were in essence highways. So I'm not gonna take the credit for any of this, but I will say on September the 6th, 2023, Council graciously approved my motion to once again reiterate from this city to upload the Don Valley Parkway and the Gardiner. And I had moved that motion many times before. In fact, when I was on executive committee, it seems like so long ago, there was one time I had so many chairs in this place, I almost had a dining room set. That motion was defeated because people said that would never happen. You'll never get that. They will never take those two roadways, and they will never be uploaded. Well, today proves them wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. You're right, Councillor Pasternak. Are there any further speakers on the item before I close it up? All right. Do we have quorum? 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We need quorum. Please, members of council, come in the council chambers. Oh, there's food back there. Is that why? Bagels, okay. Okay, well, we have to stop eating and vote on this really important item that we've been waiting for years since it was downloaded to the city at amalgamation. All right, so we have, okay, motion by the mayor. Let's have a recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative, thank you. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, next. Who's next? Motion by Deputy Mayor Malik. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, recorded vote. And if people are on virtual, they need to turn their cameras on. Okay, well, we voted on it. We've already voted on it. But members that are virtual, you need to turn your videos on. But they're not on my screen. I have nothing on my screen. Okay, I have a blank screen here. Okay. All right. So we'll go to the next key item, which is EX 32.1, Toronto Hydro AGM meeting. Mayor Chow held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? Please put your name on the list. Okay, Councillor Sachs, you have questions? I believe that staff are here. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I'll be quick. Hello, Jenna. I just want to confirm that for the last year, I've been working with you and your staff to improve how Toronto Hydro handles connection requests for multiplex and mid-rise buildings.
Thank you for that, Councillor Sachs. Multiplex housing certainly is on the rise in the city. We're seeing 4 times the number of connection requests for this type of development as we did just over 2 years ago now. And we certainly see our role as quite clear. It's all about making it faster, simpler, more predictable to connect to the grid. And we are advancing 4 key priorities in this area, thanks to consultation with several of many of our councillors in the room, stakeholders and constituents, as well as some of the development community that are recognized through certain organizations. And we are focused on 4 things, certainly simplifying and accelerating our processes, modernizing our standards, improving cost predictability, and enhancing the customer experience. So we're going to continue to build on the learnings that we've had and increase partnership with some of these stakeholders so we can make sure that we are able to connect at pace and deliver the city's housing strategy when it comes to electricity and connecting those to the grid.
And I accept and appreciate all of that. My point simply is when this council authorized multiplex development, Toronto Hydro wasn't ready. Right? Didn't have the standards, didn't have the policies, didn't have the procedures, and there was a lot of initial conflict with the missing middle of developers. But, yes, sorry, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah. But you started having your staff meet with the developers after I brought it to your attention in the last winter. And in fact, when Claire M. Ankelson testified at Executive Committee, she complimented you for the way things have improved over the last several months, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, and it's because of all that work over the last many months that you were able to deliver this report on multiplex that was requested for Executive Committee.
Yes, we're very excited about our partnership and opportunities that we have to move forward.
Okay, we know it's important. The work is underway now, and the reason it's underway now is there's been a lot of work to get there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. The supplemental report item to this talks about multiplex developments, and I take note correspondence attached to this City Council file or item. Maybe I just paraphrase. There's some people in the development industry that lament the complexity and the cost of connecting their developments to electricity. And I just wondered who pays the cost and how much is it to connect one of these multiplexes to the electricity service?
Thank you for that question, Councillor. So the cost allocation model for these connections is set by the Ontario Energy Board, and utilities are required to apply that cost allocation model to any connection. So depending on the configuration of the connection, depending on whether or not the additional electricity equipment is serving just that specific customer, or whether there's shared benefits to people, say, on a given street or in the broader system to many customers, different cost breakdowns and allocations of cost apply.
So who sets the rules or the policies on how costs are applied?
The Ontario Energy Board.
So that's not the Board of Hydro, that's
Correct.
not City Council, that's
correct. That is a provincial regulator, and we are required under legislation as a corporation to follow the requirements of
Is
the
this
Act.
issue unique to the City of Toronto?
No, every single local distribution company is governed by the Ontario Energy Board, and we're required to follow those regulations.
I know that this is a simple question, but Toronto Hydro is not a department of the city, it's a corporation. And it may be owned because we're the shareholder, but you're a local distribution company.
Correct.
Are all local distribution companies owned by the municipality?
Many local distribution companies are owned by their municipalities, and it goes back to a period of time where Ontario Hydro, broke down the different pieces between generation, transmission, and distribution, and the distribution companies were given to the municipalities, correct? The majority of them are municipally owned. Sometimes it's a combination of municipalities that own one specific utility, and in the case of Hydro One, of course, it's a publicly traded entity, and the government owns part of that.
So some local distribution companies are privately owned, corporation, owned by shareholders.
My understanding, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but yeah, Hydro One would be the one that has
In principle, not everything is government owned. And so back to this issue, some have said that the cost could be, I'm just going by memory, but a couple $100,000 to connect their project. Why is that?
Well, it's quite complex. So one of the things that's happening with hydroplexes is often a developer's coming in and wanting to connect, a 6-unit home where there was one home. So the load requirements of that connection are 10 times what the connection used to be. So depending on the existing infrastructure, the broader system support, sometimes you're having to, increase the capacity of what's connected to that point where it was just a single-family home before.
In other words, it could take a lot of work, a lot of cost.
Each connection is unique, yes. Some are simple, some are much more complex.
So the principle is that the cost is charged back to the developer of the project.
Yes, the cost allocation model in Ontario is that the person causing the costs should be paying for the costs.
Does Hydro have any cost associated with this? Do you share any component of the cost? Is there something?
So if there are investments that are required that benefit the broader grid and therefore distribution customers beyond just the sole proponent that's connecting, then we do allocate investment that then goes into our rate base and is paid for through rates more broadly across all distribution customers.
And I want to split the fine point on this. Is it taxpayers of the City of Toronto or ratepayers that pay electricity rates that pay these costs?
It's ratepayers.
I see. So that's a distinction. Does the City of Toronto send any money your way to pay for things that we want?
So the City of Toronto as shareholder funds the equity portion of the investment you have as shareholder of the asset base of the company. So it is we're required to maintain 40% equity, 60% debt by the regulator. So as sole shareholder, Toronto Hydro supports us with 40% equity.
But we don't pick and choose what we invest in. We contribute towards the capital base of the company, which, by the way, sends us a return for our investment.
Correct.
Right. So in that base, that is all of the distribution network as a whole. not individual projects that we're interested in.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on this? The Toronto Hydro AGM? No? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. The City of Toronto is a member of C40 Cities, which is an extraordinary network of cities across the world that are working together for climate action, livability, sustainability. And I had the privilege of representing our city and our mayor at the most recent C40 city meeting. This is a new pact that C40 has introduced, an global urban centers data pact. The City of Toronto, like other cities around the world, is receiving many connection requests for data centers. Some of my colleagues may know that data centers are raising concerns for communities around the world, and in fact, the National Electrical Regulatory Commission in the United States in the last few weeks have issued a very unusual 3-alarm notice, a level 3 alert about the effect of data centers on electricity grids, and particularly the risk that they can bring down an entire electricity grid by the speed in which they ramp up and down, including one example in the United States where a gigawatt and a half of AI centers went offline within 20 milliseconds and threatened the stability of the entire regional grid. So there are many issues that data centers present to electrical grids. Now, they're also essential. Data sovereignty is critically important to our economic sovereignty. We need to be able to keep our data here and not have it disappear into a black hole in the United States. But we need to have data centers be good grid citizens. They need to be good public citizens. And so the C40 Pact sets a vision of the cities of the world working together so that AI centers are good citizens. They can be real contributors and make grids work better, or they can be entirely self-centered and make everybody around them worse off. Electricity prices, electricity stability, water issues, noise issues, there's all kinds of problems that they can create if they're bad citizens. So Montreal has already joined. It's time for the City of Toronto to also join. I forgot to ask during questions, but I did confirm with our Environment, Climate, and Forestry Division that they support this C40 Pact. We've joined many of the other C40 pacts. We are stronger when we work together with other cities. So this is asking that this council join with other cities, including the City of Montreal, cities around the world, to say, we want this vision of data centers as good citizens. That's going to take better management, better regulation, better standards. It's not going to be simple to get there, but we need to at least create the vision, work with others, and do what we can, because it could have a very significant effect. So I'd ask for your support, join with our colleagues, and make these AI centers work for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, I just want to distinguish, the motion says data centers, not AI data centers. And is it accurate that there's a distinction between the two?
Well, the pact talks about data centers. The National Electrical and NERC, National Electrical Regulatory Commission, talks about computational centers. I don't think there's any magic to the particular name, and this is a vision statement.
Okay.
But no matter what kinds of loads they serve, the architecture can put a totally disproportionate load on the grid, or they can be supportive to the grid.
And so those decisions about data centers and capacity and pressure on our grid, why have you brought this before council when that's within the jurisdiction of the LDC or maybe even a higher authority in the province?
But it's not just the electrical grid. Data centers have impacts on water, they have impacts on noise, they have impacts on planning.
Sure, so do condos.
Now, we did already, Councillor Cherneslin and I did already bring a motion asking city staff to develop a policy for accommodating them generally. But this is in addition to that, to supplement that, to join with other cities. The C40 Global Urban Centers Data Pact was just announced. It's new. We would have included it in the previous motion if it had been available at the time.
But you're asking council to endorse it without the benefit of that report and that work. I mean, isn't that a little bit premature if we haven't really figured out what our policy is on data centers to now, on the floor, endorse someone else's policy under, by the way, the AGM for Toronto Hydro?
I think that the vision for what data centers should be is already something that is consistent with Transform TO and our overall objectives. What the report is going to tell us is how we move towards these objectives. I think it's useful for us to reinforce the objectives now, and then when we get the report back, we'll have greater information about what tools we do have. There is no question that a lot of the work that needs to be done has to be done by other levels of government. The Ontario Energy Board, for example, has got important work to do to think about its current system of first come, first serve, which can result in data centers sopping up electricity demand that are needed for others.
So this is to inform that report, though?
This is to inform that report.
That was your last question.
Thank you.
That's perfect.
Councillor Cherneslin, 3 minutes question.
My question to you, Councillor Sachs, is just given especially what you've just told Councillor Holiday, whether we might not want to refer this to be considered as part of the work that staff are bringing back, so that some of this can tie into that instead of endorsing it just outright, but so that they can actually think about that in a way that does that. Might not be that be another path forward on this?
I mean, we could do that, but I don't think we need to ask staff whether we need data centers to be good citizens. We shouldn't need to ask staff, do we need data centers to be strategically indicated? Do we need to ask staff, do data centers need to be resource efficient? Do they need to be accountable? Do they need to be an engine for cost security? These are objectives that council has reiterated over and over again. We don't have to ask staff whether these are good ideas. And certainly the indication that I got from the press was like, where the hell is Toronto? The rest of the cities are already going ahead. We recognize these objectives. These are not new objectives. These are very straightforward objectives. How we get there is not straightforward, and that will be coming back later. This is setting the objective, and that I think is a reasonable thing for us to do.
Cherneslin, are you finished? Councillor, you're on the floor. Did you have any other questions? Okay, thanks. All right. Councillor Carroll, question, 3 minutes.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I just want to clarify what is meant by the wording. Endorse the C40 Urban Centers Data Pact. I haven't seen it, but the motion then says, and set a vision. Who do you want to set the vision? What members of staff are we talking about?
So the vision is for how data centers should work in our city.
Right.
They should not be disruptive. They should be accountable. They should be efficient. And again, it seems to me that this is consistent with what the city already asked for. We've already asked in Transform TO. We've asked over and over that we should have resource efficiency, that we should have accountability, we shouldn't have disruption.
But it says and set a vision. Yes, but who? generally speaking, in motions through you, Madam Speaker, the motion generally tells us what member of staff you want to send away to work on this. Who should set the vision?
I'm happy.
And when will it come back? I without looking at the pact, I don't know how it will inform the staff, and I don't even know who the staff are.
Okay,
So I need
I'm
a little
happy.
more.
I'm happy to accept a friendly amendment to ask the city manager to set this vision, and that the report back should be with the report that we've already requested.
And what report have we requested?
So in the motion that Councillor Chernos-Lynn and I did, we've asked staff to look at the significant challenges the data centers present for the City of Toronto and to come back with a plan.
Okay, I missed
next
that.
year.
I missed that part, and I apologize, Madam Speaker.
That was,
when was that motion submitted?
April or March?
So now I'm less clear, because if it was that recent, I'm wondering why less than 12 months later you're moving set a vision. Would we not just wait for that to come back? And if the issue here is just endorsing this pact, why can we not see it?
Well, it is here. It's quite short. It's the four statements that in signing the pact, setting a vision for urban data centers which are strategically integrated in cities, sustainable and resource efficient, accountable and community focused.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm struggling, and I'm sorry to be difficult, Madam Speaker. Is that attached to the motion? Well,
okay, why don't we stand this down and we'll talk about it later.
Could we perhaps stand it down, and maybe after lunch we'd be ready to move it? I would love to have friendly amendments to it so that I knew what I was endorsing.
Yeah, because I'm going to review that too. Okay, so
thank
let's
you.
just, hold on. Councillor Perks, do you want to ask your question? Councillor Perks?
Are we standing the item down or not?
Okay, okay, in the meantime,
Pardon me?
Mayor Chow, so did you want to, do you want to make just an announcement at this time until they figure this all out? Okay. Oh, hold on, sorry. Go ahead.
I would like to welcome Andrea Medissa, the ambassador of Slovenia. Welcome to City Council. Today is Slovenia Day, and I want to wish the ambassador and everyone here, all the residents in Toronto, a happy Slovenia Day. Thank you so much for gracing us your presence, Your Excellency.
Thank you, and then we have to welcome also former Councillor Joe Mihevc.
That's true. Councillor Joe Mihevc is also here.
Yeah, and Councillor...
Who is from Slovenia?
Joe Mihevc was my deputy mayor when I was mayor, right? Okay. So we don't continue. Hello, Councillor Perks, Councillor Sachs. I will be ruling Councillor Sachs's motion out of order because it's not pertaining to this item. We're Toronto Hydro AGM meeting. So I'm ruling that motion out of order. Okay, so I don't think we need to have any more questions. Councillor Perks, are you correct? No more questions if I rule it out of order? Okay. All right. Now, before we go to the last speaker, which is Mayor Chow, does anybody else want to speak on this item? Hello, does anybody else want to speak on the item? Okay, Mayor Chow? Mayor Chow is the last speaker. Nobody else could put their name on because that's it. Councillor Chow, to speak on the item.
Thank you. I have a motion which is in front of you. Basically, what we are doing, we are the shareholder. We are approving the minutes from the annual general meeting. And this is, we as city council is their shareholder. And in the motion all around us is the annual general meeting, the minutes, the report from Toronto Hydro,
And the executive committee added, asking them to look at ways to expedite connection to multiplex. This motion in front of you is really helping to protect the Toronto Hydro because it's important that that we continue to be the shareholder. The provincial government is looking to financing and ownership structure of public utilities. I just want to, as a backup, make sure that we are backing up our Toronto Hydro and telling them we have their back and that we are the shareholder. It matters who owns and how they're governed and how they're funded. All of that, I think, is important. So we wanted the status quo, and we don't want to see any problems because utility costs, we don't want to see prices to go up. When energy price goes up, everything else gets more expensive also. We need to protect this is why it's important that we protect our public utilities. So that's why the motion is in front of you.
Okay, we do have a question for you. Councillor Holiday, go ahead.
So this motion confirms the status quo.
Yes.
Mayor, do you have some knowledge somewhere that someone is planning to sell or create shares of Toronto Hydro that are not owned by the City of Toronto?
No. However, the province is reviewing the local distribution companies across Ontario to determine, quote, how to best fund and deliver the next generation of electricity infrastructure.
Right.
There's a House panel looking into this, and I just never want to see any overreach by the provincial government, and so that's why this motion basically said, let's keep it status quo.
So you're getting
Just in
ahead of
case.
the committee's work and whatever their advice will be by taking a position.
At this point,
Okay.
well, let's see what they might say. But at this point, I think it's important that we say to Toronto Hydro, we got their back. We are the shareholder, and that's why this is basically said. This is what we prefer. And if there are the panel of recommendations, we'll see what it is, and we'll have a discussion at that point.
Other than us, City Council, the shareholder, can anyone else sell part of Toronto Hydro?
I don't know. We'll see what the provincial government decide. But I think it's
we heard
important
today in my questions that Toronto Hydro relies on the city and the shareholder to raise capital as part of its capital to debt ratio. That requires from time to time, as the city grows, significant injections of investments.
Yes, I understand that.
Hundreds of millions.
We just did that, actually. Councillor, you've been on the Toronto Hydro Board. I was very surprised you asked all those questions.
The plan in the years ahead, Mayor, to ensure that we've got money to make those cash injections if we take off the table of splitting that debt with someone else? Do we have that plan?
Councillor Holiday, you may have recalled only a year ago that we injected a tremendous amount of funding.
We did.
There's been a lot of conversation. I don't understand, Councillor Holiday, the questions you had. You know the answers to them.
I need to know where the money is to do those future cash injections in order to
Can
take
you tell me what future cash injection? I'd rather not be speculative. If you want to talk about the hydro finance, I could do so if that is what you prefer to do.
This is big. So
That was your last question.
Okay.
All right, I just want to remind members of council that are virtual, you need to turn on your video to be in the council meeting, please. It's very important. Okay, Councillor Perks, question.
My first question is just to help us understand what Councillor Holiday was, I think, probing. Right now, Toronto Hydro can issue debt, does issue debt, and they just have to get the approval of the regulator for how much debt they have issued relative to their assets. Is that correct?
That's exactly, yes.
So it's not, as Councillor Holliday's questions seem to imply, that the City of Toronto now has to become the sole lender to
No,
Toronto Hydro.
absolutely
That's
not.
just wrong.
I know. I thought Councillor Holiday would have understand that. I was very surprised by those questions. I was actually surprised by his questions to the CEO earlier on. I thought he knew the answer to it.
Right. And so, but what you're achieving here is saying you can't raise capital by selling
ownership.
shares or creating ownership stakes.
That's right. We're just
Okay,
keeping
and that's a
status quo.
long-standing City of Toronto policy.
For the longest time, actually, we've not changed that position that I know of. I've been on Metro Council since 1991, and that has been the City of Toronto position.
And part of the reason that council has taken that position, and I think that would support your motion, I want to understand this, is by being the sole shareholder, we're able to give shareholder directions.
That's right. We have
that
control.
have public benefits.
That's right. We have control.
So we have, for example, issued a green electricity directive as a council.
Absolutely, and as a result, the lights that are being installed all across the city are LED lights, and that's important because it's safe energy and it's good for the environment and makes the street a lot brighter, and we are just doing that right now. We are also changing the underground wire because it needs to be redone. They're very old, so we're doing that too. So, yes.
And similarly, because we're the sole shareholder, when they come and report to us, we can look at issues like the one Councillor Holliday's was raising on the last item, the connection costs to enable multiplex residential housing.
Exactly. Which we debated at the Metro, at the executive committee.
And we can look into things like executive compensation, which this council has also done.
Yes, we have, very much so, and which there's quite a lot of conversation previously.
And I guess finally, one of the benefits is that they pay us a dividend.
Which we count on in our operating budget. Yes.
That was your last question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen and let's vote. Yeah. Motion by Mayor Chow. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Ching, how do you vote, please? The motion is adopted. The vote is 21 to 1.
Item is amended. All in favor? Carry. Okay, we're finished that item. Now, the next item is IE 30.2 updates on Vision Zero road safety initiatives. Councillor Fletcher held the item down. but she had to leave, and she said if we get to that item, we can deal with it. So does anybody have any questions on the item, i.e. 30.2, updates on Vision Zero? We do have staff here if anybody has questions. Okay, if we can bring the staff down, we do have questions. Okay, maybe we can deal with it before lunch. Okay, Councillor Sachs, questions?
All right. So first of all, on the speed cameras, do you agree with me? It is clear that if we want to save the lives and health of children in school zones, we need to see speed cameras back.
Through the Speaker, I think we would all agree that the speed camera program was a very effective program, and our Vision Zero program is the poorer for the loss of that program.
Right, and we're seeing more deaths now on the roads than we've had in years.
Yeah. Through the Speaker, it's a bit early to tell that, but certainly the trend seems to be that our deaths on our roads are increasing, yes.
Right, and is there anything within the city's actual power and resources that can make up the loss of those speed cameras and make the city as safe as it was 6 months ago?
Through the Speaker, there are obviously a number of tools within our toolkit. I think it's fair to say, though, that speed camera enforcement was one of the most effective tools. So, as I said earlier, the program is certainly the poorer for the loss of that.
All right. Now, in addition, there's a technical memo that I understand your staff wanted me to make to this report. Can you briefly describe what the technical amendment was? It was,
So in very broad terms, it was in relation to some changes on university. Jacqueline can speak in a little more detail about that.
Through the chair, the motion is simply a technical amendment cleaning up some of the parking bylaws on the west side of the street in relation to construction that was completed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had a question related to this around Vision Zero. When Vision Zero was rolled out, there was white pylon that were put on around corners and intersections in my ward. And on the corners, my understanding was they were supposed to mimic a 90-degree corner, that trying to improve the pedestrian safety around intersections. And when they were first installed, they were knocked down. They were replaced pretty quickly, which was great. Now they're not being replaced. So I'm trying to understand what's happening with them. And my residents, I get calls all the time from my residents about why they're not being maintained anymore.
So through the Speaker, so it's certainly our intention to maintain them. So if they aren't, please have residents raise a 311 service request, and we will get those replaced.
But who from your department's looking after them? Because almost every intersection in my ward, they're either missing, broken, not being replaced. So, you know, to start asking my residents to call 311, they're going to be like, well, why don't your staff just go out and look after it?
So through the Speaker, I mean, it is in-house staff that do the replacement of those flexi posts. But obviously, we can't be everywhere. We can't have eyes necessarily everywhere, which is why it's very important we do rely on the public as our eyes and ears out there on the ground to flag for us when there are particular issues. So if those flexi posts have been damaged, so that we can then program to get out there and replace them.
Shouldn't your staff be doing that? Like almost every intersection in my ward, I can point to a number of areas outside my ward in Scarborough where they're knocked down and they've not been replaced. I don't understand why your staff aren't being proactive and dealing with it.
So through the Mayor, so we are proactive. We are out there actively patrolling our streets every day. We do have 5,800 kilometres of streets, and it clearly isn't practical for us to be visiting every one of those streets on a daily basis, and these flexi posts do often get hit fairly regularly. So it's very difficult to stay on top of it, which is why, as I've said, we do rely on the 311 service requests to flag for us where there are issues, and we can then get out there and sort those out.
So do you not have enough staff to do the work? Like I can point to intersections in my ward that for months now, the Vision Zero infrastructure has been broken or missing.
So through the mayor, practically speaking, if you expected us to be able to patrol every street, 5,800 kilometres on such a regular cadence that we could pick up some of these smaller maintenance issues, then certainly probably no, we don't have enough staff. Would it be practical to have enough staff to enable us to do that? I don't believe that would be practical either. So, as I've said, that's why we do rely on the public to be our eyes and ears out on the street to supplement the inspections and the roving patrols that we have.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How many speed cameras did we have operating in the city of Toronto? Was it 190 or something before they were taken away?
Through the mayor, 150. 150, councillor.
And of those 150, how many of those were at schools? Almost 90% of them, I know that.
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Yeah. You know, since they've been taken away, and as you know, the province has said they were going to install roundabouts to replace the speed cameras. Have we installed any roundabouts anywhere in the city, or has the province given us any money for roundabouts?
Through the mayor, no, we haven't.
So no roundabouts as promised by the Minister of Transportation. The other thing we were promised, I think they had speed humps, yes. Like one of the first speed cameras installed in the city was at Allenby School at St. Clements and Avenue Road, where 3 teachers were critically injured, and never mind the number of students. So could we put speed humps to replace the speed cameras on Avenue Road there at south of, from Roselawn up to St. Clements? Speed humps, speed bumps.
Through the mayor, we don't put speed humps on arterial roads, so that wouldn't be a practical solution on Avenue, no.
Was the province told that, I guess for safety reasons, etc., we don't put speed humps on major arterials? Do they know that?
Through the mayor, yes, they do.
What was their answer when you told them that this is not safe and it's not, in fact, in many cases, according to our bylaws?
Through the mayor, I'm not aware that we received an answer to that.
No answer.
That's correct.
Could we install those rumble strips instead of speed humps at these locations, especially around schools, to slow drivers down?
Through the mayor, potentially we could. They're not one of the things that we generally use for speed management. Having said that, I am aware of a number of locations in the UK where we have used them. They do have some disbenefits as well, especially with residential properties nearby in terms of the noise that gets generated from those rumble strips. So I think any use of them would have to be very, very carefully considered.
So in order for us as councillors to maybe recommend rumble strips, how should we go about it? Do we put in special requests at IEC, or what do we do?
Through the mayor, I mean, that's certainly one, through the speaker, that's certainly one of the options. The other option is we could look at whether we could include them as part of our toolkit and maybe come up with some criteria about locations where they may or may not be appropriate.
Since the speed cameras have been eliminated, as you know, it's been documented that there's been a an increase, a dramatic increase in speeding across this city. Have we asked the Toronto Police Services to increase police patrol, especially at our schools?
Through the Speaker, so we have very regular meetings and liaison with Toronto Police Services and working very close partnership with them. As you know, we fund the Vision Zero team as an integral part of Toronto Police. They help as much as they can in terms of their other officers and in terms of speed management, but as you're aware, they have a huge remit and they have lots of different priorities. But they're certainly a very good partner in terms of moving forward with Vision Zero.
But as far as we know, since the province took away the speed cameras, there hasn't been a dedicated formal allotment of extra police officers at these locations where there were speed cameras.
Through the Speaker, that's correct, and that's probably primarily due to the financial cost of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, can you help us to understand Vision Zero to date? Where are we? How is it working? Is it making the city and our citizens safer? I know that there's been questions about the removal of speed cameras and so on, but just your overall assessment as to Vision Zero thus far.
Through the Speaker, I mean, the headline would be that our Vision Zero program is very successful. We've consistently seen since its adoption in 2016 that the number of fatals and seriously injured on our roads has been declining. That is, I think, clearly a direct result of the investment that this council has been making in road safety and Vision Zero program.
And what about area specific? So Scarborough, for example, at one point, we had heard that prior to Vision Zero, many of the fatalities that were taking place were in Scarborough because of the proximity and the distance with respect to intersection and traffic signals and the gaps between some 800 plus meters and so on. Obviously, you've just given us a picture, but can you help us to paint the picture for an area like Scarborough in terms of reduction, the overall improvement in road safety as a result of Vision Zero?
Through the Speaker, so I don't actually have the numbers to hand, district by district, so I can't comment specifically on Scarborough. I can endorse the remarks that you made in terms of the issues that we were seeing in Scarborough. We have been investing in Scarborough in the same way we've been investing in other districts, including things like including additional mid-block crossings to try and reduce the distance that the pedestrians and others have to walk to be able to access facilities.
Got you. The flexi posts, and the question was asked about them, we've actually seen, issues where for some time they've actually been displaced, knocked down, removed, or whatever. I'm just curious as to, is there another type of product that could be utilized that would be much more, I'll use the term reliable, still has the same amount of flexibility, but the particular materials and the posts that we're using now, they seem to be fallible in a way that they seem to get destructed and not doing the type of work that it was intended to do, not specifically to suggest that your staff and team are not doing what they're proposed to do, because you are working really hard. But I'm just wondering, have you looked at other materials that could be utilized in its stead of what we have now because of the depletion, the destruction, and so on that's taking place?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker, certainly our intention in the main is to replace those flexi posts with permanent infrastructure once we do state of good repair on those particular pieces of road. So they are very much an interim measure. What I would say, though, is that part of the benefit of them, integral to their design, is the way that they bend and do snap off, so that they don't cause significant damage to vehicles when they hit them, or cyclists, for that matter. So, yeah, we will ultimately replace them as we do our permanent work. We found currently that they probably are the best thing out there on the market for us to be using as an interim measure at this point in time.
What about the bump outs? So you have, for example, recently, well, I say recently, maybe about 8 months ago or so, some work was done in my ward with respect to heavy trucks turning at the intersection, for example, at Warden and Lawrence, where you've done that feature where you bump it out where the trucks can actually turn onto the surface that is, you know, matted, if you will, to the asphalt, instead of having these flexi posts where vehicles extend out in terms of their turning. The pedestrian are able to see it, and that feature suggests to them not to step out because it's unsafe to do that. Could we see more of those types of features?
Through the Speaker, they're certainly the sorts of features that we incorporate when we're implementing the permanent works. They're a bit more difficult to do as part of temporary works.
Got you. So in the future, would we see more of them then as part of permanent work as opposed to temporary?
Through the Speaker, that would be my expectation, yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Curtis.
Thank
you, Speaker.
you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Yes, Speaker, thank you. So in the report, third part of the recommendation, there's a number of streets here that are up in Etobicoke North in my ward. Is this the result of the recent street studies that have been done up in my area? We've had a couple of them.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor. Are you referring to Elmhurst and Islington?
Yeah, and Panorama and so on.
Yes, those are as a result of engagement that we've done first through a neighborhood street plan in one case, and otherwise through engagement with community to inform the design of road safety projects.
Okay, I thought we had dealt with some of this and approved some at Community Council.
You are correct, Councillor. Some of the elements of those changes don't have the authority to be brought through Community Council and do need to come through Infrastructure and Environment Committee when they involve some bikeway changes. So that is why some of them are contained within this report.
So just quickly then, what are some of these elements that are going to go into these roads that are going to be approved today?
Through the chair, for Roundtree Road and Panorama, what we have are road safety improvements that include having a two-way bikeway on the northeast side of the street in one case, and some green infrastructure, as well as curb radii changes and intersection improvements to improve safety without a reduction of motor vehicle lanes.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'm familiar with that. That's good. So nothing that I'm not familiar with. So that's good. So which roads qualify for speed humps and which ones do not? Local, arterial?
Local roads.
Sorry, go ahead.
Through the Speaker, would be local roads and collectors below 8,000 vehicles per day.
Okay, now, how do we define arterial roads? Because I've got questions about, one or two, one in particular up in Etobicoke North.
Councillor, through the Speaker, we're happy to go into further detail offline about a particular road, but the definition of an arterial road is defined through the road classification system endorsed by Council back in 2000 and refreshed recently in a couple of cycles ago. So that looks at the volume of the road, whether it has transit service, the priority of movement over access, and a number of other criteria around when it qualifies as an arterial road over a collector or a local.
Okay, so we'll take it offline, but there is a road up in Etobicoke North that is categorized as an arterial road, and I'm having difficulty wrapping my head around that because it desperately needs speed mitigation factors implemented as soon as possible on this particular street. And so I'd want to have that discussion. So if you could kindly reach out to my office, we'll set something up and we'll discuss it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity. And thank you to staff for the report before us. Can you highlight some of the work that's happening through this update in Ward 3?
Thank you, Council, for the question. So Horner Avenue and Folk Avenue both have road safety improvements. It's been fantastic for our team to work with your office around ensuring that those improvements are at the right scale. We recognize that the community has concerns about road safety, but in some cases is a little bit concerned about too many speed humps. So working through that very carefully with your office and community has been helpful, and we recommend bike lanes without removal of any traffic lanes, speed humps, and intersection safety improvements. And in a couple of cases, we're looking at the feasibility of raised intersections as part of the upcoming reconstruction of those roads.
Thank you so much, and we're really grateful for the collaboration as well. One of the biggest things that I know we're all concerned about, our mayor has been drawing attention to it recently, is, of course, the removal of speed cameras and the increase in traffic within the zones that are largely community safety zones. 90% are, within school areas. Is there thinking by staff within this report or generally about other tools and areas of improvement that we can look at to make these zones more safe in the absence of the cameras and that technology?
So through the speaker, yeah, I mean, as you've said, Councillor, we have seen an increase in speeds in these areas. So we are looking at each of the areas to revisit them in terms of what tools we have within our toolkit, which we could use to try and mitigate some of the impacts that we're seeing as a result of the removal of the speed cameras.
Are things like expanding school safety zone sort of catchments or areas, as well as additional line painting and signage being looked at or considered?
Yes. Through the speaker, yes, they are.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Those are some of my quick questions. I know my council colleague, Deputy Mayor Cole, is working on a motion. May need to come after the break, but I'll leave it there for my questions. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Are there any more questions to this item? Before we
I have a question. Is Councillor Chernis Lynn?
Oh, okay. Councillor Chernis Lynn, are you able to put your name on the list?
I'm unfortunately not able to do
just a
so.
sec. No, hold on. The staff did put you on the list. So go ahead, 5 minutes.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just wondered, and I apologize if I missed this question, but I wondered if staff could just comment on whether there are any implications for crossing guards. Because, I'll just add that I know that a big part of the financial piece in terms of paying for crossing guards was from the money we got from Vision Zero. And so I just feel we have to ask, now without the ASE cameras and the financial piece coming in from that, how are we going to be able to continue paying for crossing guards, which play such an instrumental role in keeping our most vulnerable pedestrians safe and road users safe?
Yeah, so through the speaker, you took the words right out of my mouth, Councillor. I was just about to say the school crossing guard program is a really important part of our Vision Zero program out there in the community, actively assisting some of our most vulnerable road users. As a city, we remain committed to our school crossing guard program. We're working with the province through the road safety, the RSIF, to ensure that we can continue to fully fund our school crossing guard program.
Do you have more questions, Councillor? No? Okay.
No, that's it. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's 12:30, so we'll recess to 2 o'clock. And that's it for the questions. Everybody's asked questions, so I'm closing off the questions. When we come back to the item, is for speakers.
The mayor and members of council collectively expressed our deep sorrow about the passing of Marcelo Puente. Here you see behind me members of his family, members of the community, and his friends who have come to hear a few words about this tremendous human being. Marcelo was an artist and cultural leader with a profound commitment to social justice. Born in Chile, he was a student of architecture when the democratically elected government of Salvador Allende was overthrown in 1973 by a military coup. In 1974, he found refuge in Toronto and would become a cherished Davenport resident. Marcelo began writing original songs and poetry, as well as setting the works of other poets to music shortly after his arrival in our city. He formed a group that performed locally in the mid-1970s before co-founding the celebrated Chilean-Greek band Compañeros. This band and the Trojan Horse Coffee House on Danforth became an important focus of Toronto's multicultural scene in the 1970s and early in 1980s. And I would note that at the time, Chileans had escaped a military coup. There was a military dictatorship in Greece, and there was also a military dictatorship in Portugal, and we all found each other here. Canadian folk music impresario Gary Crystal, who first heard Marcelo's band Compañeros at the Vancouver Folk Festival, later called them Canada's first world music band. During a return to Chile in the 1980s, Marcelo collaborated with musicians in the cultural resistance that would eventually contribute to the downfall of the dictatorship. In Canada, he continually mentored, composed, and recorded with various local musicians from every community. Marcelo's body of work includes compositions for films, documentaries, plays, and children's books. His songs have been translated into English, French, Italian, and Greek, and one is preserved in the National Archive of Immigrant Songs. In late 2025, he published Otro Día Amanece, Another Day Dawns, the Book of Songs. In this bilingual collection of stories and lyrics, he leaves yet another cultural legacy of solidarity and hope for all Canadians. On a personal note, I just want to add that I have lost an elder and an example for my generation of what it means to be a good man who puts all of his talents to making the world better, contributing, lifting other people up, and showing the way for how we can behave. I am grateful to have known him. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bravo. Okay, and thank you to everyone that's here. Welcome. Mayor Chow.
I just want to say a few words about Marcelo. I believe I would have heard him sing with Nancy White at the Danforth Music Hall. He was an example of immigrant that arrived to Chile, and because his English was not quite, he was an architect. He didn't end up, he was a designer also, but as a musician, he certainly brought together a lot of folks, and I think he was both active in the community and very much in the music scene. So just want to acknowledge that he was a fixture in the community and brought a lot of joy and music to many people's lives.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. Councillor Shan, you have an announcement to make.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we celebrate an international sport event right here in Toronto with FIFA coming to Toronto, I want to take this time to acknowledge three amazing sports organizations that are celebrating their milestone and preparing for milestone. I want to start with paying my incredible amount of appreciation and respect to Scarborough Basketball Association. For 30 years, SBA has been a phenomenal organization helping many young people find home in their sports activities. They offer a vast variety of activities for basketball, including for those learners and those who are trying to practice their early skills to professional level sports as well, rep team. So I want to take this time as they celebrate 30-year anniversary as an organization to congratulate all the coaches, all the volunteers, players, parents, guardians, caregivers, and all the sponsors of Scarborough Basketball Association for the incredible amount of work that they have done to build community in Scarborough. I also want to take this time to celebrate the 50th anniversary of West Rouge Soccer. 50 years, West Rouge Soccer Club has been doing phenomenal work, bringing community together, offering sports, both indoor and outdoor, for soccer in the south part of Scarborough. And many of them have now grown on to support many activities for the surrounding 905 areas as well, both Scarborough Basketball Association as well as West Rouge Soccer. And finally, Malvern National Soccer Club from Scarborough in the north part of my ward is gearing up for their 50th anniversary in a couple of years and have been doing phenomenal work in Malvern, offering programs that are affordable. In fact, many young people find free programming through a not-for-profit model in Malvern. So as we celebrate soccer coming to Canada, coming to Toronto, let's also acknowledge the fabulous work that's being done by grassroots soccer clubs that have been doing this for years. So my appreciation to all the coaches, parents, guardians, caregivers, and sponsors, as well as players at Malvern Scarborough National Soccer Club. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here to announce that Willowdale is launching our first ever Pigeon Impact Photo Contest. Pigeons and the feeding of pigeons continues to be a serious concern for Willowdale as it impacts our public spaces, our sidewalks, our parks, and our neighboring properties. To help us better communicate this impact, to discourage people from feeding, we have started this photo contest, and so we are calling all members of Willowdale and maybe beyond to join the Willowdale Pooparazzi and share your best pigeon impact photo so that we can discourage people from feeding the pigeons. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, members of council, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Do we have 18 members? We do? Okay. We will put the motions on the screen. Councillor Perks?
Yes, Speaker. I would like to move that we reopen and amend item 2025 TE 24.2 relative to the addresses on Dufferin and Melbourne. We need to do it urgently to support the delivery of housing.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Councillor Matlow, is he here? No. Okay, Councillor Cole. Oh, go ahead.
I'd like to move 1032 Raglan Avenue. The motion is urgent because it's subject to a project that's imminent.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Councillor Chang.
I have a motion for the Yonge North Subway extension to include passenger pickup and drop-off and pest management as they are construction is underway.
On favor?
Thank you.
Carried. Councillor Moyes.
This is a request from staff around the church revitalization, around AODA and the sidewalk and curb lanes for seamless access points.
On favor? Carried. Mayor Chow.
The item is urgent regarding 770 on this road because the site has been vacant for quite a long time. And now that the incentive program and the funding that we have received, we can reduce development charges now. This is now ready, and Creatio would like to take some action on it, and that that area is in need of a lot of community space. So,
Okay.
asking.
On favor? Carried. That's it? Now, Councillor Cole, MM 4246, you are going to declare an interest, correct?
Yes, I'm going to declare an interest in an item that's reopening of 2026 TE 3225 Spadina Road between Lowther and Avenue Road and Kendall Avenue, Toronto Transit Commission. Subway ventilation equipment replacement, construction staging area. So I declare an interest in this agenda item because my son is employed by the Toronto Transit Commission. Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Okay, I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Any releases? Nobody wants to release anything, eh? All right. Members, we will now do the motion run-through. The city clerk has advised that financial impact summary sheet for member motions for MM 42.1 and MM 4249 from the chief financial officer and treasurer has been posted with the agenda item RM 42.7, review of the order paper. Okay, we'll put the motions on the screen. We'll start with MM 42.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 42.3. Yeah. Okay, it's on the screen. No. We just approved it. Councillor Sack, did you want to hold the 42.2? Pardon?
Yes, please.
All right. So we have to reopen then.
Two.
On favor? Carried. So Councillor Sachs will hold it in your name. MM 42.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 42.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 42.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 42.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 42.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 42.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? I don't see any hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 42.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 42.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4211. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4212. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4213. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4214. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4215. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4216. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4217. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4218. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, you want to hold it? MM 4219. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor on the referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4220. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On, who said hold? Okay, sorry. I didn't hear you. Okay. MM 4221. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? On favor? Carried. MM 4222. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4223. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4224. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4225. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4226. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4227. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4228. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. You wanted to hold? Okay, well, let's waive referral first. All in favor of waiving referral? Did you want to hold it, Mayor? Okay, just a sec. MM 4229. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Pardon? Hold? Okay, just a sec. MM 4230. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4231. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4232. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. I'm sorry, but there's too much noise, and it's hard for me to talk and hear these voices. MM 40, it's hard for me to, anyway. MM 4233. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, pardon? You want to hold it? Okay. Councillor Morley, the mover. MM 4234. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke Community Council. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4235. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4236. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4237. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4238. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Oh.
I miss item 37. Councillor Jonas Lynn also want me to hold that one for her. The Peace Garden one.
Okay, so motion to reopen. On favor?
37.
And we'll hold 37, okay? So we're at MM 4239, correct?
37.
No, I mean the next item. Is it 39 the next item? Okay. MM 4239. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Communications have been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Wait till we waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Who wants to hold it? Oh, you want to record a vote on waiving referral? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please, your vote. Mayor Chow.
Councillor Burnside, please.
Motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 16 to 6.
Okay, so on the item, yeah, recorded vote.
Speaker, will you just ask as council stand by for one moment while we stage the vote, please?
Okay. Okay, we're voting on the item now. No, we voted on referral.
Councillor Cheng, your vote, please. Mayor Chow.
Councillor Burnside, please.
The item is adopted. The vote is 16 to 6.
MM 4240. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2026, PH 30.2. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor. Can I have some quiet, please? No, it wasn't Burnside. It was Councillor Carroll and Councillor Holiday. On favor of reopening. Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4241. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4242. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to Toronto Local Appeal Body hearing has been deemed urgent. On favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4243. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. On favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. We dealt with 44. MM 4245. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. On favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Cole, can you just leave the council chambers for a minute? Yeah. Okay, so MM 4246, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion is subject to reopen of item 2026T3225. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. So okay. On favor of reopening? Okay, recorded vote on the item.
The item is adopted. The vote is 20 to 1.
Okay, Councillor Cole, you can come back in now. Okay, MM 4247. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 4248. Oh, did you want to record it? I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Recorded vote on 47. Reopen the vote. On favor, carry. Let's have a recorded vote. I did reopen it. Oh, you don't have to. Okay.
Just stand by, members, while we stage the vote. The voting panel is now open, members. The motion is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, MM 4248. Notice that this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4249. This motion has been, oh, sorry, I have to wait till it gets on the screen. Okay. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. This, MM 4250. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, Councillor Fletcher would like to hold. MM 4251. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4252. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4253. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On favor, carried. MM 4254. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4255. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. Who said hold? Councillor Moyes? Now, very shortly, I'm going to put an end to introducing motions. Okay, well. Okay, members of council, just a question. We do have a timed item, which is IE 30.8, which is Queen's Park North donation that Councillor Fletcher held down, or do we go back to the item that we were dealing with before lunch to go to Speakers Division 0? What's the wish? Okay, let's finish Vision 0. So we did finish the question, so now we're at speakers. So if you want to speak, put your name up. Oh, yeah. On favor of bearing the order paper? Okay. I'll tell you, the staff here are very efficient. Thank you to the clerk staff. They're very efficient. I apologize if I'm going too fast. Okay, I'll just give you time to. Okay. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Oh. Like everyone here, I'm sure there's going to be some motions today, Speaker, because like everyone here, we are so committed to Vision Zero, and we are so concerned about the news yesterday that the speeding has increased by such a high percentage. I believe I read 400% since the removal of the speed cameras, which every single one of us knew were helping keep our communities safe. And then to suggest that we would just have some speed bumps, and then to suggest that certain little things could be done on our local roads, many of which councillors in this chamber have already undertaken at the request of their residents or working with city staff.
Do you have a motion?
No, I don't think I have a motion.
Okay, because it shows on, okay, go ahead, sorry.
I don't have one.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't need to move.
Okay,
that.
that's fine.
But thank you for checking. I appreciate that, Speaker. So just to go back to the concern, here we are at the end of the school year. Big day for so many kids. Last day of school. We have spent so much time through transportation services and our committees trying to make sure that children have school safety zones and that they're safe on their walk to school and safe in their school community. And to find out the day before, school's out for the summer with 2 months, summer holidays, 2 months of kids going everywhere, 2 months of riding your bike, on your scooter, on your skateboard, doing whatever, and that these signs that were taken away from us within the last school year are now not there at a time when I would say we really need them more than ever. And we need them more than ever because the statistics have shown that without them, people are just driving an average of 16 kilometers over the speed limit. So if that's the average, you can imagine how fast they really are going over the speed limit. Are our streets safer now? Have they been made safer because the speed cameras were removed? I think it's a clear no. Have we been able to take all these little odds and bits and bods that were suggested by the Ministry of Transportation to make our streets safer, such as road design, which we've already done, speed humps, which some of us have no more roads in our wards. I'm sure you and I, Councillor Matlow, we hardly have any streets that would be left to put a speed hump on. So what a short-sighted, parsimonious, silly project we've been asked to undertake by the provincial government in the place of the most effective method of slowing down speeding vehicles on our streets. Shame on the provincial government for removing these from our streets. Shame because we've seen the impact is do whatever you want as fast as you would like on Toronto streets. And so our Vision Zero program, I'm not saying we shouldn't do these things that are in our program, but I'm saying that our most effective tool was removed from our toolbox, and it shows that it makes our streets less safe.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. I believe the clerks have. You do? Good. And it's regarding our Improving Davisville initiative to include a number of ways to make the streets safer, including moving ahead where we are able to with bikeways. And I agree with comments made by some of my colleagues. What Doug Ford did when he simply removed the opportunity to use a proven, tested tool, cameras in particular near our schools that help keep our kids safe. The way he did it was reckless. You know, for a premier who talks about law and order, to react to a series of vandalisms where people were cutting down cameras, and then in a populist way, pretend that he was giving the City of Toronto alternative ways to keep our schools, our kids, our communities safe, not only was dishonest, it was reckless and irresponsible, because there's a time for politics and partisanship, but when it comes to the safety of our communities and our children, of course, nobody should be playing around with that. And what the Premier did was really shameful. Now, were there reasonable questions from the public about the program itself? Could there have been more discussions about the transparency, about the threshold that you meet regarding how many kilometers you drive above the speed limit? Could we have discussed maybe that there are better places for them and maybe places where we will agree not to put them? Should there have been more reform? Fair. I mean, that would have been constructive. If the Premier had come to the City of Toronto and said, listen, I have some concerns, I want to work with you, I want to improve the program, then we build on it and we make it better. But to simply break something and not replace it with anything is not leadership. And it saddens me to see our communities left more vulnerable. So my request of the Premier is this. If you have a realistic, evidence-based way to keep our communities safe, safer than using the cameras, present it. And I'm not talking about those laughable giant signs that you talked about, or speed humps that we're already using, or things that you're making up as you go. If there is a better alternative, present it. But if there isn't a better alternative, then return the tools that we should have had access to so that we can do our jobs, which is to keep our communities safe. And I'm just going to repeat this as I close. Any government that says that they believe in law and order and following rules should not then capitulate to vandals and then accept that people who are knowingly driving at excessive speeds on our roads, yes, sometimes even 20 kilometers above, going by our schools and our kids, somehow that's okay. Somehow that behavior doesn't deserve consequences. I hope the Premier reflects on this report, assuming, of course, that it'll come to his attention. It seemed like he ignored all the evidence and even advice that he received from some of the closest people to him. But if he hears about this somehow, I hope he reflects on what he's left our city like and the province like, and I hope that he comes back to his senses. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak on this matter, which is an update on Vision Zero road safety initiatives. Firstly, I want to thank our staff, the General Manager, Ashley Curtis, and also Jacqueline Airwood, for their commitment to us as legislatures who are acting on behalf of our respective communities and all the citizens of Toronto. In Scarborough, over the years, we've had a tremendous amount of residents who have been killed and who have been affected by their interactions with motor vehicles, motorcycles, and other equipment that are mobilized in our community. We've seen a great reduction with respect to these incidents, and I'm gratified, grateful, and thankful to the staff and the Vision Zero initiative. We know and we've heard it's not perfect, but there is a tremendous amount of work that's actually being done. And we see this by the results of the improvement in terms of the number of residents who are no longer being impacted by the issue of unsafe conditions in our roadway. Again, it's not perfect. We need to ensure that we step up and improve on varying issues. We talked earlier on during the questioning about the flexi posts and what have you, around whether or not we could see different types of material being utilized to help us to ensure that we maintain these bump out and these facilities in our roadways. That helps to create a safer conditions for residents and pedestrian walking in their communities. In my ward particularly, we have seen an increase in requests for speed humps, and the staff have been responding, and we're getting more and more of them in. In fact, Madam Speaker, on Sunday of the week past, I went to a residential street where over a year ago, one half of the streets wanted speed humps. The other half didn't want it, so we ended up not putting it in. Until recently, neighbors are becoming much more aware, acutely so, that people are in fact speeding down this roadway. It's an area between Birchmount Road and Kennedy Road, Oxford Road in the community. And they've all agreed now that, yes, we're going to put the speed bumps in, and that will help us. We see a tremendous amount of speeding that's taking place in this city. We see vehicles that are, in essence, riding on other people's bumpers, whether or not I'm sure you've all experienced it. You're driving the speed limit, and everybody wants you to go faster than the speed limit. I think part of the message is that we actually have to stress to Torontonians is that every one of us have an obligation to make this city a safer city. Yes, we want to get to where we want to get to fast because there's congestion and so on, but it's really incumbent on all of us to use our prudent and wise judgment to ensure that we get to our locations where we want to go safely, and also ensure that the conditions are such that people who are using our roadways, particularly pedestrians, cyclists, and so on, are able to do so safely, because all of us have a responsibility to ensure an inherent safety is such that we all have an obligation to procure and to ensure that we're doing our part to make our city a safer city. The staff have been working really hard, and I've been here at a time when we were all just sort of outraged by the occurrences, the interaction, and the people who have been basically maimed and killed, actually. And I've gone to a number of homes in my ward where residents have been killed. And it is absolutely a devastating feeling and effect, just even trying to get to the residents to talk to the families and so on. And we have put in traffic lights in areas where we've had incidents where someone has lost their lives and so on. It's not a pretty feeling. It's not a feeling that I want to encourage. It's something that we want to discourage. And so with the improvement with respect to Vision Zero, I'm gratified to see that the overall safety of the roadways and the conditions are better. We have to ensure that we continue to sustain and maintain them. So again, thank you to the staff for their great work. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Oh, Mayor, you took your name off? Oh, okay. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion. This is a technical motion requested by staff to make the bylaw on University Avenue catch up with some things that have already been done. But more generally, I want to echo the concerns of my colleagues. We know, for example, that an increase in speed from 40 kilometers an hour, which is the speed limit on most arterial roads downtown, to 50 kilometers an hour, which is where a lot of speeders now are, that increases the risk of death for a pedestrian from 30% of collisions, which is still horrible, to 80%. So the increase in speeding that the province has enabled by taking away our principal tool for controlling speeding is dramatically more than doubling the risk of death for any pedestrian unfortunate enough to be in the way of a reckless driver. And we know that with distracted driving, drunk driving, just people who aren't paying attention to those around them, speeding is an epidemic, certainly across my ward. And I get complaints about this from my constituents almost every day. And they're desperate, and we are really handcuffed. To replace the police officers, to replace the cameras with police officers, it would take about 3 officers per camera. So we're talking about something like $90 million a year to replace the cameras with live officers. And if we had an extra $90 million a year for police, traffic isn't the only thing we want to do with them. There are more high-value things to do. But what we do know for sure is that a one-time dribble of money from the province, mostly for things that don't work or can't be used, is no answer. This is a bait and switch. This is sacrificing our kids to the ideology of a premier who doesn't care about our city. So this is a tragedy. We have to keep protesting. We have to keep reminding the public that every time they step out onto a street, their life is more at risk today than it was 6 months ago. We have a tremendous success in this city through Vision Zero, in saving lives, in protecting families, in reducing serious injuries, and that progress is being put enormously at risk. Yes, there are other things we can do. Yes, there are other things we are doing. We're putting in speed humps so fast all over my ward, it looks corrugated. But that doesn't make up for the loss of the critical tool for school zones where our most vulnerable people are the children. And when you add that together with a much larger size of the vehicles and the much higher size of the grill, so again, you're much more likely to kill people if you hit them with an SUV than you are with the old-fashioned sedan. So everything, the changes that were happening, make it so much more risky. At the very same time we've got our congestion plan, we have to make active transportation safer, more appealing, and this is cutting at the heart of everything we're doing. So this is yet more proof that what the province is doing to us is wrong, it's bad for the people of the city, and we need to continue to fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
I think I have a motion. Is it ready? Larger font, please. Okay. So we're just requesting further study on the strategies to address traffic safety issues from the provincial decision by looking at maybe installing rumble strips. I know sometimes people don't like rumble strips because they're noisy, but maybe it might be a good alternative to these speed humps all over the city, because we are going to be Camel City pretty soon on every street. And the city council requests to consult with Toronto, just to ask the Toronto Police Services the viability of maybe deploying more officers to monitor, talk with them about maybe doing that. I know they're stretched. And secondly, thirdly, city council requests feasibility of deploying traffic agents at certain crossings where cameras are gone. That's not to have traffic agents everywhere, but it's certainly, in all of our wards, there are some very dangerous crossings. Especially at schools. As you know, out of the 154 speed cameras we had, 90% of them were at schools. They're basically speed cameras at schools. And ironically, as we speak about the dangers of speed, the province is not listening. They've just increased the speed limit on the 401 series and the QEW. So now you'll be able to speed even on those highways. So the province is obviously getting a lot of support from the speeders. They vote. I don't know what it is. Maybe non-speeders don't vote. Maybe that's what they're finding in their polling. Who knows? So I just think we've got to look at some alternatives, because, as you know, the province, their big plan was, they said, oh, you're going to have to, when we take away the speed cameras, you're going to have to construct roundabouts. What a damn stupid thing to say. Roundabouts. Can you imagine roundabouts on Yonge Street, Avenue Road, Bathurst, Kipling, roundabouts? That's what they said they were going to do. Pay for roundabouts. Then they said, oh, we're going to solve the problem of safety. We're going to put speed humps everywhere. Well, the problem is most of our schools are on major arterials. We can't put speed humps on major arterials because of our EMS, our ambulance system won't work safely. Our fire trucks, imagine, where's the fire chief was here, I don't know if he's gone, but imagine the fire trucks trying to get up and down with all the speed humps on the major arterials. And then The other thing is that the TTC buses, you can't put speed humps on major arterials because you can imagine how many people would be going to their slip and fall lawyers who ride the TTC claiming they hit a speed bump and their bank is out of whack. You can't do it. So those are the two things that the Premier of Ontario said. You put in speed humps everywhere and put in roundabouts. I haven't seen one roundabout in the city since he made the change. So again, we have to keep pursuing safety on the streets. Vision Zero was really working, saving lives, and now we're seeing the trend going the other way. And that's why I think Councillor Thompson said people are now coming to us saying, we want speed humps. Before they didn't want them. Now they're saying, I'd rather have a speed hump than having someone hit by a car in my street or by my school. So again, let's look at some alternatives. Maybe traffic agents can be deployed. I know there's a shortage of traffic agents. There's a shortage of police officers. And maybe rumble strips, something. We've got to do something because we can't sit back and just hope and pray that the Premier will listen, because he's obviously going in the other direction. He's increasing speed on roads. That's what he wants. He wants people to go faster. He somehow thinks that's going to resolve the congestion problem. So anyways, thank you.
We do have questions for you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened very carefully to Councillor Cole's whole speech because I want to get a sense of what it is you want to achieve, because I do have a bit of a problem with number 2 in your motion. This once again draws us into a conversation where we are trying to deploy the officers through the governance of City Hall, when in fact there's an active legislation governing how they deploy over there and a board of governance over there, learning and knowing and doing the budget how they deploy over there. They have a unit called Traffic Services, for instance, which is deploying officers to those speed hotspots, etc. But as you know, by legislation, we can't specifically tell them what street to be where and when. We can only give them the data we have. So I'm wondering if you would consider amending Part 2 so that it would read to forward your concerns to the Toronto Police Service Board to take up with the police service, and then within the legislation we could address what you want to address.
Yeah, as I said, that's what I have there. I think it says
no, that's
consult
not what
with
you
the
have
Toronto Police Service or through the Toronto Police Service Board to examine, just to consult with them and see what can be done. Well, either way, I don't care if you want to change the wording. We just have to sit down and talk and see if there any way we could...
So we can put the word board in there right after the word service? Would that be a friendly
It's there.
amendment?
It's the Police
No, it
Services
is not
Board.
there. It is not there.
Oh, I thought
I'm asking.
in my copy it is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's not what's on the CMP. So it's a very friendly amendment.
I don't mind. I don't care.
Copy. Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
so let's just amend that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Holiday,
Yeah.
clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. I just wondered if you would consider it a friendly amendment on the first item to add the words away from homes. And what I mean by that is rumble strips can make noise and disturb people. And I know this, and I found the item back in 2020. I got a council item here, and I think you approved it at the time along with everyone else, to actually pull up a bus pad because they put grooves into the fresh concrete as a anti-slip feature. It's a good idea, but what happened is every car that went over it made a rumbling sound, and it disturbed the residents that lived nearby, and so it turned out to be not very feasible. So with those words, away from houses, they would have to be on arterial roads that are located in the right place, because if it makes noise, we just don't want to wake people up.
Yeah.
Would you agree to that?
Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, no, because that's
Okay.
one of the drawbacks to rumble strips,
Right.
is that noise, and we've got to consult, and, I'm looking for them mostly on some major arterials.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the second question I just had was about your part 3 about the traffic agents. They're really good at reducing congestion because they can get in there and move people around. Could you tell me a little bit more about the connection to where the automated speed enforcement used to be? Because I don't know if the traffic agents can deal with speeding. Could you help me understand a little bit more about what you're trying to achieve on that one?
Well, I just think that, you know, they've been such a great success in deploying them. And I know there's a shortage of them because there's a big demand for them. So I thought in certain, especially school areas on major arterials, there's a lot of turning, drop-off that's occurring by parents. There's trucks. There's, it's not just straight traffic. I'm looking just for a traffic agent to deal with some of the control of traffic as they do at intersections. Sometimes, I know we've got some on Eglinton and Lawrence, just to help, because our poor, you know, the crossing guards are overwhelmed. I know if you talk to them, they say, I can't handle this. I try my best. So maybe in some cases where there's an acute situation, we might be able to deploy a traffic agent.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Heard lots of lamenting about what the province is doing. I get it. It was actually my motion in 2015 that got the whole photo radar ball rolling. So I'm very disappointed by the government's actions, but I think it's time that we actually think of some other strategies. You know, in a 10-year period, and I forget when it was, Councillor Holiday, but in a 10-year period, the number of tickets written by the Toronto Police went down by 90%. The number of officers when I was a police officer in 2001 in traffic, in the division I was in, there were 10, there are now 4. And hey, guess what? Not all offenses are about speeding. It's about careless driving. It's about distracted driving. And oh, guess what? When police stop people, they stop them and they find out other things that are going on. So I do applaud the mayor for funding the police and fully funding the police. I do applaud Councillor Carroll as chair of the board for their multi-year hiring plan. But I think we also have to look at strategies to get them to start doing more traffic enforcement. We want enforcement. We lost the cameras. And the last point I want to make is that, and I confirmed this with the Transportation Department, most of the fatalities, by the way, before speed cameras were introduced, and of course, while they were in use, were actually not in school zones. And so we're focused that we think that these cameras were some sort of panacea. Yes, they helped. Yes, they were a good thing. But the streets didn't just become safe because they were only in community safety zones, which were primarily school zones. And a lot of the fatalities with cyclists, with pedestrians, were outside of those zones anyway. So I think it's time that we come up with a strategy where we actually get more traffic enforcement from our police. And whether that's hiring more or whatever the case is, I just hope we stop complaining and rubbing our hands, because if we know anything about the Premier is once he's made a decision about these types of issues, I know he does change his mind on others, but this type of bread and butter issue is highly unlikely he's going to change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Burnside. I have Mayor Chow, or would you like to go last, Mayor Chow? Okay, Councillor Pasternak, I'm going to call on you now for your remarks or a motion. Do you have a motion, Councillor?
No, I do not have a motion.
No motion? Then please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to talk briefly about some of the assumptions that were made when automatic speed enforcement was removed. And it was removed because there was an accusation that it was a cash grab. Well, I mean, the biggest cash grab of all is on the 400 series highways, where you could face fines of $2,000 to $10,000 for speeding, 6 demerit points, and up to 6 months in jail for various violations, including stunt racing. So the biggest cash grab is actually on the provincial highways, Second thing I'd like to point out, and I live on a street with speed humps. It was there when we bought 26 years ago. They have mixed results. There are many who are determined to continue to speed over them, and they do not slow down at all. So that is not a deterrent at all to slowing down. And other people do slow down. But the biggest price of all is not the fines from automatic speed enforcement. It's the repairs on your car if you fly over these speed humps. The undercarriage, the suspension, the exhaust system can all be damaged. And I believe my car actually was damaged in that way. That's the biggest fine of all. Removing automatic speed enforcement and, of course, replacing them with speed humps. I wanted to mention school zones, and originally when we deployed automatic speed enforcement, it was at school zones. The problem with school zones is the high density of vehicles converging on one location in a 15-minute window as the school starts in the morning and in the afternoon. And you've got kids being dropped off, let out of cars, running across the street. Speed is not really the issue in school zones. It's the high density of vehicles. And the biggest challenge we are facing is that many of these schools were designed without proper drop-off and pickup zones. In other words, the circular driveway or proper spacing on the public realm. So the automatic speed enforcement, the removal of those is really not, out of school zones, is really not a factor. If you want to create safety in school zones, the community safety zones are certainly a deterrent, the signage, the fines, and so forth, and the lower speed limit. But really, the real answers are a change in urban design of schools and how they can be designed so that vehicles can enter a school zone and exit a school zone with maximum safety. I'd like to thank staff for their work on this. Clearly, in a city that is increasingly congested with vehicles all over the place, pedestrian crossings, people cycling, road safety is vital. We've made great headway. Vision Zero was brought to this city from Europe by former Councillor Jay Robinson. I think it has done a wonderful job in containing some of the accidents and serious injuries that have occurred, but there's more work to do, and certainly with the report in front of us, we're making great progress. Clearly, the concern of the one-time funding of $200 million from the province, that will not solve the problems that we face. It has to be regular, secure annual funding in order to get the job done and keep our roads safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Mayor Chow. There you go.
Thank you. Buried deep into the report, page 6, is 2 examples of people who died. Within...
Mayor, do you have a motion?
Yeah, oh, sorry, I do.
No problem.
Thank you. Please, it's basically sending
Get the clerks to put
this
that up.
report, and hopefully the provincial government will say some truth, because there's a lot of facts in here. And in this report, in page 6, give a description of 2 persons who lost their life in, they were just in about 100 meters of the location where the speed cameras used to be. One is a 39-year-old woman walking through a crosswalk. A truck, cement truck, going southbound hit her, and she died. Okay? The second incident is a 42-year-old motorcyclist going straight, and an SUV made a left turn, probably in pretty good speed, onto this motorcyclist and killed him. I don't know who's at fault. At this point, it doesn't matter. They're dead. If you look at the data in front of you, In the school zone, normally 30 to 40K. Look at those numbers. 30K, 410% increase of the number of drivers that are over 16 kilometers. So school zones in the low end is 30K. If you're 60 and over, you're close to 50K going through a school zone. And you know what? If you get hit by a car that's close to 16K, your chance of survival is close to nil. It's about 90%, well, 10% chance at most. What about if you go on 40K, because there are some schools that have 40K, and the speed limit increase of 16 plus per K is 350%, which means that you have close to like maybe 5% or no percent hope of survival. This could be your grandkid, it could be your kid, this could be any number of it could be a mom taking a kid to school. And if they get hit by a speeding car, I'm sorry, I think they're gone. They will not survive. Whereas if they are keeping on a regular, if they are staying within the speed limit, if they have the unfortunate situation, it's only 10% likelihood of fatality if they get hit, if the car is only traveling 30%, so 30K. So what you're looking at is if a kid is going to school, if getting hit by a car, if there's a speed camera, if the person is driving at the proper speed at 30, it's 90% chance the kid will survive. Right now, if they're hit, if the car is speeding, maybe 5% if that kid is lucky. So this is the truth. This is staring at us. We knew that was going to, we know this is happening, but there's now key documentation. My motion basically said is to send it to the Minister of Transportation, and we need to continue to press them and shame them into facing the truth. And because every life matters. If we can do something to prevent a fatality, we need to do everything we can to bring back the speed cameras, all 150 of them. By the way, they said they would compensate us. You know, most of that money from the fines go to pay crossing guards. That's 67 million. Maybe it's in the mail. We have not received it yet.
Thank you. We do have a question for you by Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Because it's the mayor and the last speaker, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about, in general, your advocacy. Because we have some motions saying, you know, we should do different things or more improved things with traffic agents. We should communicate certain things to the province. With your motion, it's added to your already advocacy, I would assume. Have you spoken to the appropriate ministers or indeed the Premier's office about our concerns about living without automated speed enforcement?
I have, but generally, what this report does, this supplementary report, is give key facts.
So
right?
it's a supplementary report that supplements your advocacy.
Yes.
And
you
what
can say
about
that.
the issue of traffic agents? Because really, they came to be, between yourself and Mayor Tory, they came into being. We added 100 into the budget.
It used to be, it used to have
ago.
2. We now have 100.
In general, your instructions to the city manager are to deploy them wherever is most effective. So,
of course.
In terms of acting on some of the things in Councillor Cole's motion, as welcome as the motion is, that's your instruction anyway, is it not? To
Absolutely.
do whatever we can.
Yep, yep. In the report, there are quite a few things that it said that we should do. It mentioned well, we can do more blitz with the police, and we've completed safety upgrades. We are doing an annual Road Safety Memorial Day to honor Torontonians who have lost their lives. There's a whole list of safety projects across different wards, proceeding with the local council support.
Right, and the last one that I didn't ask in terms of our advocacy, because there's a motion about it, as you mentioned, there's a request about the police. But in fact, because you're the mayor of the city and the chief is the chief of the entire police service, you've conveyed your concerns to him already about automated speed enforcement being gone, and that we have to do our level best to do whatever we can to mitigate speeding. That advocacy has already happened as well, has it not?
Yes, it has. We've done different kind of advocacy.
Yeah.
But as you have seen, sometimes some things takes time.
Yes.
The uploading of the Gardner took 2 decades, I guess. And as long as we don't give up, we just keep pressuring it. Truth and justice on our side, so to speak.
100%. Thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. All right, so let's put the, oh, Councillor Holiday, you have a question to the mayor? Sorry. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you. Mayor, I'm going to support your motion, Mayor, but I just wondered if you had an opportunity to look at the Toronto Police's fatality database, like their dashboard, and if you were aware that during those periods it shows fatalities both up and down.
Mm-hmm.
So it tells a little bit of a different story than our staff report.
Mm-hmm.
I just wondered if you were aware of that alternate view of the information.
Fatality, of course, goes up and down.
Right.
Depends on the month. Sometimes when the weather change, when the days get shorter, and the daylight saving time, usually, especially getting dark earlier, people cannot see pedestrians. So there are more there's more accidents as a result. If people are wearing black, it's harder to see. So there's any number of reasons why pedestrians or cyclists get hit. And it does go up and down. But what the report gives you is the 2 key examples of 2 incidents that occurred within 100 meters of where the speed camera used to be.
No,
and I think if you want, you can ask the police for a report to do an analysis of all the fatalities, whether if there's a speed camera, whether it would make a difference or not. I don't believe that we need to do that because we already know.
The report shows us pretty clearly, though, that the speeds of the vehicles are going up. And I mean, I think we would agree that's logical, right? There's no camera, there's no one watching.
That's right.
Would we as a city open ourselves up to criticism because the obvious answer is more enforcement and maybe more budget for the police to do an enforcement?
Well, let me answer you by saying, how do you enforce a rear-ending? Because if you look at the report, if you read it carefully, it mentioned what are the most incidents that have the highest way where people get killed. Or it said, this is page 3 of the report, rear end, head-on, T-bone collisions, pedestrian hit at mid-block locations, side swipe, rear ending, and left turning. Those are for bikes. So I've been hit on a bike, rear-ended by a car. Thank God the car was going very slow at the time. No amount of police officers in any locations can stop a car from rear-ending a cyclist or another car. And it just, the speed, purely the speed. it's just either the driver is careless or it's going too fast. You can't brake fast enough because you're going so fast. You just go and hit the car in front of you. So that is where they specifically have the greatest impact on reducing the frequency or severity of these kinds of accidents. So you can have all the police officers we have. If the car is going fast, there's no way you can, the rear ending will still happen and fatality will still occur.
That was your last question. Oh, 5. Oh, geez. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
If instead of an ASE camera, I don't really want to debate the merits of ASE police, but instead of an ASE camera, a police officer gives a ticket to a driver for speeding, not only do they face a financial penalty, but they also potentially have their insurance go up. So it's really impactful. So I'm just not sure I understand the answer to your question, that this was, your motion is about sending a report to the government critical of their removal of ASE, and I think everybody is. But my question was, well, why would we not in turn, or face the criticism of not having a commensurate increase in policing to make up for the loss of the, I called them tin cops, right? Like automated police officers. And I just wondered, like, if that's the criticism from the government for sending the report along, how do we answer?
Well, let me do some quick math for you, Councillor. You're looking at 150 speed cameras. You heard the staff said you need 3 officers per missing cameras. That is 350 officers. 3 shifts at least, because you can't expect an officer to stand there 24 hours. Then there's 1,000 officers, 1,050 officers. So are you saying that we should put 1,050 officers to have them in the at the location of these speed camera to enforce the law? Come on, seriously?
Thank you. That was it. That was your question. Let's put the motions on the screen and let's vote. Okay. Oof. Okay. Motion by Councillor Matlow. Where is Councillor Matlow? Okay. Motion by Councillor Matlow. On favor? Carried. Okay, next motion. Councillor Sachs, on favor? Carried. And Councillor Coe, and has been revised. On favor? Carried. Recorded vote on Councillor Cole's motion? Who is talking? Councillor Cole, you want to record a vote? Oh. I don't.
Members, stand by. We're just cancelling the vote and starting again with okay, the voting panel is now open again, Madam Speaker. Councillor Sachs, please, and Mayor Chow. Motion 3 carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
The next motion Motion by Mayor Chow. On favor? Carried. Okay, stop talking, please. Item is amended, recorded vote. Why is everybody so noisy on this side? I don't know.
Councillor Myers, please, and Councillor Bravo.
Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Cole, please. The item is amended as adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. At this point, does anybody want to release anything? Okay, just this way we can get rid of some of the stuff. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a very short point of order. We've already adopted Members' Motion 42.31, which is a commemorating Howard Moscow. I just want to alert Council that on September 6, 2017, North York Community Council did an honorific naming, naming Howard Moscow Way at the Pioneer Village subway station.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, are we doing a quick release here?
Yes, I did want that point of order on the record.
Oh, okay, so.
All right?
So you want to amend?
No, and I am releasing I'm releasing MM 42.18, hitting the high notes in Downsview. We shouldn't waste any more time. We should get staff working on this. No, then I'll continue to hold it.
All right, okay.
See, Madam Speaker, that was why I held it.
I know, we tried. Okay, anybody else? Councillor Fletcher.
I just have to be clear what the station's named. That's all. I'll work with you, Councillor. I'll work with you in a minute. I'm holding that or you're holding it. Okay, that's all. I'm going to do a release.
No, he's not. Councillor Fletcher, you're up to do a quick release. What's your quick release?
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay.
I'm going to release. It's coming up next, so we'll do that there. I just want to release Paddle the Dawn as a release, which is IE 30.10, update on MM 40.20, reinstate Paddle the Dawn.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is releasing IE 30.10. On favor? Carried. Pardon?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. Quiet. Wow.
Councillor Crisanti, when you're seated, please.
I don't know. I understand what you guys are doing. What is it today? Quiet, quiet, please, quiet.
The item is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
All right. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Well, I was going to release the deposits, but I can't. The next stop is the Queen's Park North, and I've had a conversation.
Sure.
Pardon?
Why not?
Why not what?
Release it.
It's a timed item, but I've had a conversation with Councillor Sachs, and we've agreed that with thanks to everybody involved, in particular our DCMs have been very involved, and Chief Planner, that could be released on consent if nobody.
Okay, so you're releasing, hold on, you're releasing IE 30.8, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, on favor, carried. Pardon?
Queens Park North.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, do you want to release the supplementary report as well?
Oh, yes, I want to release the release the supplementary report, and I'd like a recorded vote on that, please. I'm moving it. I'm sorry, who told me that? Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, you're moving the supplementary report?
Yes, I'm moving it.
Okay. On favor, carried.
And then a recorded vote on the item.
Recorded vote on the item.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Perks.
The item as amended is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, hold on, Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry, Speaker.
Yeah.
IE 30.5 Metrolink Eglinton Crosstown LRT Acgrade segment and tunnel section traffic and parking bylaw amendments and road dedication wards 5, 8, 9, 12, 15, 16, 20, 21. If nobody wishes to speak about that, then I can release that, but there may be somebody who wishes to, but.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher would like to release IE 30.5?
Yes.
On favor, carried. All right.
Great, thank you. Well, that's all I have.
All right. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, rather. I'm happy to release page 31.10. I just have a quick motion, and I'd like to say a few words, if I may.
Okay, does the staff have your motion?
They, in fact, do.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam.
Well, hold on. Wait till the staff puts the motion. Okay. There it is on the screen. Okay.
Thank you. Colleagues, you know I have been pounding the pavement about the Humber Bay Shores community since I arrived here in this council chamber. And was pointing out some of our woes to my colleagues as we were in transit yesterday and went through the ward. There's a motion before you that City Council direct the General Manager, Parks and Recreation, in consultation with the Chief Executive Officer, create TO, the Executive Director, Corporate Real Estate Management, Executive Director, Development Review, and any other relevant city officials to undertake a review of parks and recreation programming and infrastructure in and around Humber Bay Shores, and to report to the appropriate standing committee through the Parks and Recreation Facilities Plan and Implementation Strategy in the first half of 2027, and for the report to include an assessment of the following: options to accelerate the delivery of a new community recreation center in Humber Bay Shores, available city-owned real estate in and around Humber Bay Shores for the purposes of accommodating interim city-led programming and/or permanent community recreation center, funding opportunities, intergovernmental collaboration, and potential partnerships to better support recreation and community services, and to implementation considerations, recommended timelines, and next steps. I'm foregoing my questions of staff here because, frankly, they are redundant. I already know the answers. There was much planning, much politicking around the design of this community that has historically been a motel strip. Humber Bay Shores has evolved from a motel strip a number of decades ago to now a high-rise community.
It's a quick item.
Residential community that has a huge amount of services and supports that have been contemplated and negotiated through policy with partners like Metrolinx in the province at the table. We now find ourselves in a moment where none of these promises have a clear path to delivery, and this high-rise, high-density community is growing up in the absence of them. We need to and should do better. I will continue to work closely and collaboratively with all stakeholders on this file, but I do believe the city needs to take our due diligence forward and see what options we can be looking at in the near term to support residents here in the Humber Bay Shores community. It's a dense and beautiful neighborhood.
Okay, Councillor Morley, this was supposed to be a quick item.
Could have put my 5 minutes on, Madam Speaker. I said I had a motion and I needed to say a
Yeah,
few
I know,
words, so
but it's
that's
longer
what I'm
than a
doing.
motion. You're
Thank
speaking.
you. I've worked very hard on this file. It's really important to my
thank you.
community. So I wanted to take the moment that I have here as a member in this chamber with my rights to do that.
No,
Thank
you
you,
do.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor-
I will wrap it up. if you
Councillor
can give
Morley,
me
you do,
10
but
seconds.
we could have waited till we got to the item and not gone as a quick item.
I
That's what I'm
gave you a
saying.
heads up what I needed to do to move this item, Madam Speaker. So if you can just give me 30 more seconds, I'm happy to wrap it up. Thank you in advance, colleagues. I look forward to your support on this. This is a real big mess in Etobicoke Lakeshore that needs our attention urgently, and I hope that I'll have your support on this item. Thank you, Madam.
On the item, on favor, carried. Pardon? Okay. On the motion, on favor, carried. Okay, but it was supposed to be a quick item, John. Okay? Okay, on the motion, recorded vote. We won't do quick items anymore in the middle of the agenda.
Councillor Burnside, please, and Councillor Perks when you're seated.
The amendment carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Item is amended. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, we're not going to do any more quick releases because it looks like quick releases are going into long speeches. So let's just continue with the agenda. And you can speak when you come to the item. You can speak for 5 minutes. Yeah. No, we just dealt with a timed item. Yeah, it was a quick release. Okay, our next item on the agenda is IE 30.12. Expansion of Ontario's deposit return program. Councillor Fletcher. Or does anybody have any questions on it? Councillor Fletcher? Just move it? Okay. Okay, on the... Okay, it's not a, okay, so put your name up to ask questions. Okay. Councillor Holiday, question.
No, I didn't ask.
But her name's not on the list.
It is.
I,
Amber, what?
oh. Councillor Morley, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have one quick question on this item to staff. We know it's really important that we continue to advocate to the province to pass better policy related to deposit return opportunities. In the meantime, we still have some work to do here at the city. Can you please speak to us, what's the current status of the city's strategy and efforts around our single-use plastic and the timeline for our work on that?
So through you, Chair, to the councillor, Solid Waste Management Services has completed consultations on the expanded single-use and takeaway item policy. We're currently working on pulling together all of the information from the consultations, which we plan to bring back or plan to bring to council early next year. The other consideration as well that we have to bake in is that a number of these items were banned by the federal government. They're going through a court challenge right now, and my understanding is that it's currently at the Supreme Court of Canada, and we're waiting for direction.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm really having a hard time hearing staff. There's a lot of chatter in the chamber.
Please be quiet.
Sorry.
Oh, that's good. And just to finish off, we are waiting for the results of a challenge at the Supreme Court of Canada on some of these items being banned federally. And again, we'll report back to council on measures to take with that in consideration, along with the feedback that we've heard from residents and stakeholder groups.
So early next year, we'll look forward to a report, and that should also include the status of those court challenges federally as well, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. That's my only question, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Holyday, questions?
Thank you to Mr. Kelleher. Who is responsible for the collection and disposal of alcoholic beverage containers?
Through the chair to the council, they're under a deposit return system through the province, so they would be responsible with that mechanism. But again, Circular Materials will collect those bottles if they're put into the blue bin system, but the resident, of course, will not receive their deposit back.
Okay, and so in the, for alcoholic beverage containers, is it the province's rule that they have a deposit on them?
Yes,
And how does that work? It's an add on top of the price, is it not?
that's correct.
Who is responsible for the collection of non-alcoholic beverage containers and disposal of them?
Circular Materials is councillor.
Was the city formerly responsible for it?
We were.
But we're no longer.
That's correct.
And so all the policy with respect to that is the province.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
So it's interesting, Councillor Holyday mentioned the deposit on alcohol bottles. Isn't it the case that in 1998, Howard Moscow moved a motion that said that if you sell alcohol in the province of Ontario, you must take the bottles back? Or in the city of Toronto?
Councillor, I'd have to check with my staff on that history.
You'd have to check with your staff. Okay, I'll talk to it. Thank you.
Councillor Cheng, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Previously, we moved a motion to look at reverse vending machines as a way to collect back these highly valuable containers. And would that be something that could be incorporated in if the province were to move forward with allowing a deposit return?
Through the chair to council, that is definitely something that could be considered by the beverage industry or by Circular Materials, who is responsible now to collect that. In terms of the city moving forward with reverse vending machines, it's no longer our responsibility. Those costs and the responsibility is now borne by Circular Materials. So that would be a very good suggestion for them to potentially look into. We're more than happy to share what we found on that with them.
So are you saying that the city has zero responsibility and ownership of recycling?
So through the chair, the city has no responsibility in recycling on a curbside basis.
And where do we still have responsibility?
So we have responsibility in our parks and open spaces.
And what about our facilities?
Those as well, yeah.
And what is the recycling rate of the city's recycling program in all the jurisdictions where we are responsible?
So through the chair to council, the vast majority of non-eligible recycling, so the recycling that's generated outside of the home, is generated in parks and open spaces and in our street furniture program through Astral, and the vast majority of what is collected is not recyclable and hasn't been recyclable for many, many years, which has been communicated to council on, unfortunately, the inability to recycle that material because it is so contaminated. And we do have in the works right now, through a motion from yourself and through council, to look at ways to improve that and look at the labeling of those bins, which we will be coming back to council next year on seeking direction on next steps.
Because one of the options is removing recycling altogether, since we're not able to effectively protect for contamination. Is that correct?
That, through the chair, that is one of the options, is to remove the label of recycling on our public recycling bins. That being said, one of the pieces that we have to look into is, with circular materials taking over recycling province-wide, there's been new items added to the recycling list. So before, certain items were non-recyclable, would be considered contamination. Now they are considered recyclable, which may allow the contamination rate to drop in those bins and allow us to recycle. Again, we're doing audits on that work right now and just looking at the feasibility of recycling those items moving forward.
If there was a deposit system in place and then we have recycling happening on our public realm, would we then do the sorting required to get the benefit of the value of those items that are thrown into our bins?
So, Councillor, in the vast majority of jurisdictions that have deposit return on beverage bins, or beverage container, those public bins are usually looked over by residents, and the materials are pulled out and they recycle and collect the deposits versus the municipalities sort of separating them at the facilities.
And will the province one day take over our public realm recycling?
Councillor, that was originally in the EPR regulations, that the province, through the producers, would be responsible for recycling in the public realm. That did change. We are hopeful that the province does amend the regulations again to take the public recycling back in with EPR and make the producers who make these items responsible for the management of them, just like they are when you put the materials in your blue bin at your house.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers now. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Speaker, this proposal tells the government of Ontario to literally ensure people are charged more every time they go to the store to buy a beverage. This council spends hours talking about poverty and poverty reduction and the cost of living and how hard life is, and the motion proposes to charge people more for something that they don't pay for right now. I'm voting no.
Okay. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to do two things. First of all, I want to refute what I just heard. And secondly, I want to continue our tribute to Howard Moscow. First, Councillor Holiday seems to have forgotten a simple thing. It's called a deposit return system. The bottles are returned for money. It's literally what I did for my allowance when I was a kid. My parents and my neighbors said, if you take these bottles back to the store, that's your allowance. And, okay, don't bottle shame me, but I put out my wine bottles on my curb once a week, and guess what? The recycling truck doesn't pick them up. A person in our neighborhood picks them up and makes money off them. Every jurisdiction in the world that does this gets higher return rates, higher recycling rates when there is a deposit. Every single one. So Councillor Holiday is wrong when he says it adds cost, because when we don't have a deposit return, the system we have instead is they go into the blue box. They don't get sorted all that well. Some amount of them goes to the landfill, and some of it goes to a pretty contaminated recycling stream. Who pays for the landfill and the contaminated recycling stream? We do. And in fact, the cost per container of using that inefficient system is higher. So if your goal is to save money, and if you are a councillor who, say, comes to this council chamber month after month and says there's only one taxpayer and we got to reduce taxes, your only option is to vote for a deposit return system, unless you're confused in the mind. Finally, I want to acknowledge that the only reason you can return wine bottles in the province of Ontario for a deposit is that the former Metro Council got sick and tired of paying for blue box costs, and an intrepid member of council named Howard Moscow passed a bylaw making it illegal to sell alcohol in the city of Toronto if you did not take the bottle back. Judy Sgro was part of that work too, but Howard moved the motion. 3 days before that bylaw came into effect, the province of Ontario caved and created a province-wide deposit return system on wine bottles. So, the success of getting high rates of return, clean streams, better environmental outcomes at lower cost to the taxpayer is the result of the City of Toronto and Metro Council in the old days fighting for deposit return. Let's expand that to get an even higher volume of containers out of our system, save the consumer even more money, protect the environment, and be ideologically consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
There's not much to improve on or to add to those remarks, but to say I live with a British Columbian, now a Torontonian, through and through, and it's always the question about, I cannot believe that you don't pay a deposit here. British Columbia has almost an 80% success rate for its container deposit return. Thank you. And you know what, one of the outcomes of this is that there's a lot less garbage strewn around. When there's no consequence, there's no value for the container, it's a lot easier to just leave it on a bench, leave it on a sidewalk, leave it on transit. And I think that we need to put a value to that. We pay ultimately for the mismanagement, for all the wasted opportunities of having to handle this container in so many different ways, and for landfill. And I really object to my colleague saying that we talk about poverty and we talk about pressures on family economy here, and that somehow that's contradictory to having a bottle return deposit return program that's actually going to keep streets cleaner. It's going to protect our environment. It's going to save us money ultimately. I'd be happy to say we can peg that the amount saved, and we can have quantified and invested in poverty reduction initiatives, including shelters and feeding kids and all the different programs that we have here. I'd be happy to move that amendment or bring a member motion in the future, but there's absolutely zero contradiction between doing this, because it's fiscally prudent, has better outcomes, and all around ideological consistency is something that I endorse as well, Councillor Perks.
Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, I would just say this is another good example of us wading into things outside of City Hall's jurisdiction here. We heard from our GM of Solid Waste, who pointed out that we're not able to effectively do recycling within our own public realm, within our own bins on the street. And now we're telling the province that we'd like them to stand up this program that would make consumer goods, groceries, more expensive at the point of purchase. It would. You're adding a fee. People can get that back if they're returning the bottles. A lot of folks just put them into the recycling bin. But it does make it more expensive at the time when you go to transact. And this was also a council that spent, I don't know, an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours debating whether or not we wanted to run City Hall grocery stores in an effort to make food and groceries more affordable. Now here we are, a couple months later saying that we are advocating to the province to make grocery goods more expensive. Again, I appreciate that you can return it for a refund. That may or may not happen, but when you go to transact and make that purchase at the grocery store, this will make it more expensive. And this council has also said that we want to wade into the grocery business as City Hall, open up our own grocery stores because food prices are out of control. So, I'm not supporting anything that makes groceries more expensive when you go to transact, when you go to pay for your groceries. That's what this would do. Again, I would just suggest that we can't even do recycling within our own waste bins that are on the streets or in the parks right now. And you heard that from the general manager of solid waste. We can't even get that done. So maybe before going and telling the province how to do it, maybe before going and literally increasing the cost of groceries in the grocery store, we should focus on getting our own house in order. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Well, listen, I just want to say that one of the sort of informal network of recycling that exists in Toronto is really remarkable, and we don't really appreciate it as much. As somebody was mentioning about liquor bottles on the side of the road. I mean, there are literally thousands of Torontonians that are out there every day. We see them in all our streets. They are not asking for a handout, but they are really working hard every day in all kinds of weather. They go through our blue boxes. Not only do they pick things up on the side of the front walk, but they are digging into blue boxes to take out the liquor bottles and the beer bottles, the beer cans, and then they take them without any government direction. They take them to the beer stores, and at the beer stores they cash them in for money. I mean, it's an incredible economy that goes on. And I don't think enough people appreciate that that's something that's being done not by government. It's really being done by working people in Toronto. It's now rare before, this program of returning liquor bottles and beer bottles came into effect. We would see beer bottles and liquor bottles all over the city, in all the ditches, parks, everywhere. And it's really been, I think, a lifesaver for a lot of these people. I know I have a husband and wife team. What they do is they deliver flyers 2 days a week, and they carry, the two of them, one of them is disabled, they carry bundles and bundles of flyers on their shopping cart, delivering flyers 2 days a week, in all kinds of weather. And then the rest of the time I say, what else do you do? He says, well, we go collecting liquor bottles and beer bottles and take them to the LCBO. That's how we make a living, because our income is just not enough. I'm on a disability pension or whatever. So that's what they do, and nobody has ever told them to do it. There's no forms they fill out. I don't know if the tax man is after them for the income. Probably IRS, whatever it's called, Canada Revenue here, would be after these people. So that's what this hopes to look at. We're just asking the province to look at this. And should we be afraid to ask the province to look at something that might earn people some money, clean our streets, take them out of the blue box, and let people do it rather than let government do it. So hopefully the province will look at our request and see whether or not this is viable, feasible. But look at this as some kind of cultural war thing. But how dare you look at grocery stores? The price of groceries are fine. Why should the City of Toronto be worried about grocery stores? Well, I'll tell you, ordinary people in Toronto are damn worried about the price of groceries. And we as a City Council should be finding ways, exploring ways, whether it's looking at having these nonprofit stores we can look at. We've got to look at ways, because right now, the Loblaws of this world and the Sobeys of this world are not doing an adequate job of providing reasonably priced food. And you know, we're talking about, have you seen the price of tomatoes lately? It's ridiculous.
Come on, Mike.
They're up 50%.
The price of tomato. I know they laugh at the price of tomatoes, but I'll tell you, why should we be paying so much for the price of tomatoes at Loblaws? Give me a break. We got the tomato capital of the world here in Leamington. We got greenhouses everywhere. And, you know, you have to have a king's ransom to pay for tomatoes now in this city.
We should charter a bus.
So, anyways, we should at least have the province look at this, see if it works as far as they're concerned, and also provide another source of income for these people that do a great job keeping our city clean every day of the week.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bottles and cans are high-value recyclable items, and it is just difficult to think that so many of these materials across our city are ending up in our landfill sites. As a mom, and just thinking about this planet that we're giving to our children, it's so important that we do everything we can to prevent things from making everything disposable. And I know a lot of young people who deal with what we now call climate anxiety. I don't know if any of you grew up having such a diagnosis, but actually a lot of young people have climate anxiety right now because it's just overwhelming to think about our lifestyle and the many disposable things that we use and how our planet can absorb and process all of those materials. So this effort would result in a temporary cost, and yes, it might be difficult to absorb in the moment, but sometimes we have to make decisions that are not just about this moment. We have to look at the long trajectory and the planet that we want to leave for the next generation. So I think that this would be something that changes human behavior, which we know is actually the hardest thing to change. By incentivizing people to return their bottles and cans, they will change their behavior instead of seeing these items as worthless things that then go into garbage cans. And they are so valuable. They can be converted to usable materials. And I think about a family friend of ours that actually lives in a condo and regularly visits their recycling room and collects those high valuable wine bottles. And every year or two, she collects enough money and takes her family out for dinner, all based on the wine bottles that she's collected from her neighbors in her condo building. So adding this process to add value to our bottles and cans, I think will be a worthy investment into the next generation, and I think we should support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker Nunziata.
Yes, I'll just speak for a minute or so. So what we have before us is to send a letter of support to the province, right? It's the province, and that's what we're doing. Is it not? The recommendation is to send a letter of support because the province wants to bring forward this initiative. So yes, I think we should send a letter of support. You know, I lived in BC, and in a small little town, about 5,000 people in the mountains. And I remember when I was 8 years old, we used to go to the lake, pick up bottles, and get, I think, I can't remember if it was 2 cents or whatever in those days, 2 cents, and that used to pay to go to the movies. Well, we paid, I was able to collect these bottles so I could afford to go to the movie. And this was many years ago. I won't tell you how many years ago, but this is what they were doing. And this is, and as also too, you see a lot of bottles people throwing in the parks on the boulevard that we're picking up. I don't think you'll get that if people can get a deposit and bring them back, because now they're just throwing it as garbage. They don't care. So I think sending a letter of support is the right thing to do, and just see what the province is intending on doing. It sounds to me that the province wants to do it, and showing a letter of support from us would support it. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Speaker Nunziata. I see no other speaker. Vote time.
I don't believe there were any motions, right? Okay. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. And Councillor Sachs. Mayor Chow, your vote, please.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
The item is adopted. The vote is 18-3.
Okay. IE 30.14 as the next item. Improvement of wayfinding. Any questions? Any speakers? On the item, all in favor? What do you mean no? Okay, so if you can. Okay, so if we can have a recorded vote once Councillor Cole leaves the council chambers.
Councillor Cheng, please. The item is adopted unanimously, 20 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is NY 33.2, which is 7581 Billy Bishop Way. Councillor Pasternak, you held the item down. Do you have questions of staff?
No, I do not. I would just like to speak very briefly on it.
Just one sec. Does anybody else have any questions of staff? No? Okay, Councillor Pasternak, you can speak now.
I have a feeling if I mention Jollibee one more time in this council, people are going to be throwing fried chicken at me. But I think I mentioned earlier when we tabled petitions and when I spoke as chair of North York Community Council that this is a directional report in which we're asking staff to represent us to fight this application at the Ontario Land Tribunal. The reason why this is so serious is because this is a section of vital retail for the Tippett regeneration area, which at the end of the day will have 3,000 units, as well as the Wilson district, which will have 5,000 units. If we take away retail, such as the beer store, A&W, pet stores, restaurants, eateries, Starbucks, we take away community, and we take away the ability of people to congregate, to gather. So I'm supporting, I just want to quickly release this, ask the city solicitor to attend the Ontario Land Tribunal and fight this ill-advised development application. On a recorded vote, please.
Yes, thank you. Recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 20 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is T 3310, Liberty for All Regeneration Area Study. Deputy Mayor Malik, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
No questions. I'd just like to speak to the item.
Okay, just one sec. I have to ask anybody else. Does anybody have any questions on this item? Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. You've heard me speak about Liberty Village in this chamber quite a few times. And this neighborhood, as you know, continues to welcome new neighbors, as our downtown communities do, and grapple with what I can only call poor planning decisions over many decades in this neighborhood.
Sorry, do you have a motion?
No. Oh, yes, I am. I'm moving a motion to the supplementary. Yes, yeah.
Okay, if you can read your motion, please.
It's on the screen.
Oh, it's on the screen. Okay, there it is.
Thank you very much. All right. The motion is on the screen to advance this item. As I was saying, we've been grappling with the outcome of many poor planning decisions over many decades, all the decisions that predate me in this role, but that have had very real consequences for residents and stakeholders in the community, that include, the experience of not having any community amenities, both hard and social infrastructure, no community center, library, school, or childcare. And despite that, between 2016 and 2021, Liberty Village grew in population 12 times the amount of the city overall, and the majority of residents are renters, and 45% of those renters are spending more than a third of their income on rent, also higher than the city average. And affordability has been key in the conversations that I've been having in this community, and that's why I was so excited in 2024 to launch Liberty for All with our city planning team to look at those important planning decisions and opportunities to make sure that we are course correcting on the decisions in this neighborhood to make it one that is livable, vibrant, accessible, and one where we can imagine a future. That was very intentionally named to make sure that we're building a neighborhood for everyone that looks at transportation planning, parks, improvement of our public realm, and to make sure that we are consulting with neighbors and hearing the voices of Liberty Village residents. And what we have in front of us is a roadmap, a blueprint for Liberty Village to ensure that all new development and planning in the area is guided by some key principles of affordability, accessibility, equity, fairness, safety for neighbors, and to have a thriving future here. I've been doing the work since last year on the ground and at City Hall. Last summer, we made an unprecedented level of contact with thousands of Liberty Village residents, planning and attending over 20 events over 2 seasons, including almost a dozen condo lobby visits, and through our survey launched on our website. And I want to give a big thanks to Vienna in my office, who has been the absolute champion and lead on this initiative. And since last spring, when the study was launched, I've been in the community having those conversations at garage sales, eco fairs, at the grocery store, street festivals, at a park, and in buildings. And we know Liberty Village struggles with congestion. It is the gateway to so many big events, including the FIFA World Cup. And I have been working with residents from the very start to ensure that our Liberty Village Traffic Action Plan is continuing to build on those efforts, especially in key intersections. And this plan has in front of us some very key wins and important measures that reflect the priorities of our community and mine. And that includes last year opening a park in progress at 34 Hannah and championing an international design competition that meets and matches the importance of this neighborhood. We're advancing and identifying the first steps for a on city-owned lands for a community center, one of the biggest and highest priority calls I heard from my neighborhood. Opening and securing new childcare facilities in the area, and pushing back when it comes to construction in the neighborhood, alongside the Liberty Village Residents Association when it came to managing Metrolinx construction, keeping dump trucks off of neighborhood streets, and pushing forward Liberty New Street. This very busy and very dense neighborhood only has one road in and out, and part of this plan is ensuring that we have a time frame and a roadmap for that. And of course, fighting to ensure that some very basic pieces of infrastructure are things that Liberty Village residents can count on, from new sidewalks into our neighborhood and interim ones as we're ready to welcome the world when it came to the FIFA World Cup. The work that we have been able to do is an outcome of partnership with many divisions, but especially to city planning staff. And I have to really appreciate George and Willie in our community planning division, who have come alongside us in this work, and their teams as well. And I appreciate all of those efforts, and what we're seeing in front of us is such an amazing path forward for this community, that we will continue to ensure that community members' voices are heard, that you can navigate your community safely and reliably,
5
that
seconds.
we have excellent public spaces, and that the future of Liberty Village is in good hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, carried. The next, sorry, yes. On the amendment by Deputy Mayor Malik, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Sorry, staff. Our next item is T 33.43. Councillor Fletcher held it down. So does somebody want to move it on her behalf? Councillor Thompson, on favor, carried. CC 4212, Councillor Bravo, you held the item down. Indoor temperature bylaw. We're at the item now. Any questions to staff? Councillor Holiday, you have questions to staff? Okay, just one sec.
Before you start my timer, can we just get the folks in position?
Sure.
To MLS staff, it's my understanding that the Rental Tenancies Act, RTA, that's changed effective July 1st. Can you describe what those changes are?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe the changes now allow tenants to...
are you started now?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
You said to wait, okay?
No, we're good, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Could you describe the changes, please?
Yes, the changes prohibit landlords from prohibiting tenants from installing air conditioners in their units. It also has some provisions about how the costs, for example, of utilities would be applied if a landlord provides utilities and pays for them, but now the tenant is using more.
if the air conditioner is installed after July 1st, 2026, correct?
Through you, Speaker, yes, correct.
Right, so if it's an existing air conditioner, there's no addressing of utilities, if I've got that right. Could be wrong.
I believe that's correct.
So I want to be really clear on this because we've got a report in front of us that talks about regulations for maximum indoor temperatures, but as of July 31st, 2026, do I understand that every tenant now has the ability to regulate the heat temperatures in their unit because they can install their own equipment?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, I think in essence that's right.
Okay, so if there is no prohibition on this, what is the utility of council asking you to regulate it?
Through the Speaker, there could be situations where a tenant may not feel comfortable or be able to address an issue directly with their landlords. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I imagine there's lots of situations where cities regulate.
I feel hot, so I can go to Walmart, buy a unit, put it in my window, and I'm good. So what, can please elaborate on what problem we're trying to solve on this? It's important.
Through you, Speaker, no, I appreciate the question. I think in general it would remove that requirement for tenants to approach their landlords in order to install it.
Conversely, if I'm a tenant and I prefer the temperature to be above 26 degrees, it's not me personally, but everyone's different. Could we have a situation where a landlord says, well, I'm sorry, I've got to regulate this to 26. I'm not really interested if you're comfortable or not. I've got this bylaw to follow.
Through you, Speaker, I suppose hypothetically that could work. I think the underlying purpose of regulating this is a recognition that excess heat is a health emergency and could impact a lot of people.
Back to the scenario here with the air conditioners. Actually, is anyone from Environment and Climate here? Is there anyone that can comment on the electricity that these units consume, the types of products and greenhouse gas impacting chemicals that are in them? There's nothing lightweight about these machines. Have I got that right?
So specific air conditioners will vary based on the size, et cetera, in terms of their energy efficiency. But most new units are fairly efficient or very efficient. And as it relates to greenhouse gas coolants and potential for leakage, relative to other, if you're talking kind of other for heating, there's a limited impact. But if it's just for air conditioning, so it's not a heat pump, there can potentially in the long run be a GHG impact if it's not handled correctly or disposed of correctly.
Don't go away. Maybe I should clarify on this. According to the materials here, the shortest path for a landlord to compliance, because I think we can be realistic that many landlords aren't going to suddenly retrofit their entire building for air conditioning, is to just go and buy a bunch of inexpensive air conditioning units, give them to the tenants. Hopefully the tenants run them and keep the temperature down. That's what we're really talking about here, is the provision of portable air conditioning units at the landlord's cost, which is actually the tenant's cost. So is that not what's really in front of us?
Through you, Speaker, the city would not be able, even through a bylaw, to prescribe how a landlord can come into compliance. It is possible that some, if not many, would choose that.
Last question. Today, how many circumstances in the entire city are there where a tenant cannot proactively go and regulate their own temperature by going and buying an air, out of all the buildings we have?
Last question, Councillor.
How many buildings where an air...
Can you wrap up?
Yes, where, if I can.
You passed 5.
I'm trying to wrap up, I promise.
13, actually.
How many instances are there a building where a tenant is prohibited from going and doing this themselves? How many? The whole city.
Through you, Madam Speaker, what I can comment on, I think, primarily is rent-safe TO buildings. And in rent-safe TO buildings, 94% of them would allow a tenant to install air conditioners. It's hard to gauge citywide what that number would look like.
Okay.
Councillor Bravo.
Councillor, you're next.
I'm sorry, it's actually Councillor Carroll. Question to staff. Ah, okay. Councillor Bravo to ask questions to the staff.
Thank you. Why do we need a minimum heat bylaw if everybody could go out and buy an electric heater to secure their place? Like, what is the policy rationale here that was captured in the 2024 report in terms of health and the effects of climate change and the need for climate adaptation?
To the Speaker, I think we recognize within the city that while people could purchase an air conditioner unit or other ways of cooling, many people do not have the fiscal means to do that. Some people may not also have the physical means to be able to go out and purchase and install such an air conditioning unit to be able to have that as space in our home. Work we've done at Toronto Public Health has shown that even when people have been provided a unit, they haven't always been wanting to run it because of the air conditioner cost associated with the electricity. So having something that is provided to them certainly does help alleviate some of those concerns if they have not been able to do that themselves.
And that is why the bylaw seeks to make it the landlord's responsibility for cooling, just like with heating. And this is something that has been indicated as a need for many years. That's why we have so many health experts. In terms of the RTA changes, while they technically forbid landlords from restricting a tenant from installing their own AC, is it accurate that tenants who are seeking fair treatment from their landlords in accordance with the RTA often face many barriers, including months and months long waits at the landlord and tenant board for any resolution, and that a bylaw would potentially allow for much faster resolution for a tenant? After all, the summer season is, June to September. You wouldn't want to have to wait till the next year.
Through you, Speaker, I think that's fair to say.
Great. Heat bylaws can be a tenant opt-in, correct? Is the New York City not structuring their bylaw that way?
Through the Speaker, for a maximum temperature bylaw, yes, it is set up that way in New York.
And what are some of the elements of the bylaw, the questions that would be brought to the stakeholder working group? We've heard some challenging, some questions about, the air conditioner is the simplest thing, but we're looking at a lot of different factors working together, correct? The need for retrofits, in the report, it indicates that we'd like to see, for example, intergovernmental support for climate adaptation so that there could be building retrofits. Can we get some comments on that? Maybe.
Through the Speaker, that's correct. So through the working group, it will be things and considerations on how to bring a successful implementation of a bylaw. So it would be the scope of the bylaw, it would be market preparedness, it would be implementation considerations that would allow a bylaw to be successful when it is implemented on various building types.
And from an environmental perspective, and in terms of and from an overall health perspective, when we think about the ability to retrofit a building we have to involve the landlord, that it would be cooler summers, warmer winters, fewer greenhouse gas emissions, and a lot of good jobs. Is that correct?
That's correct. Kind of larger retrofits of building, both for energy efficiency, but also to reduce emissions, has a significant opportunity from an economic perspective. Also, it creates a lot of value as it relates to those buildings as well, in terms of increasing the value of those buildings in terms of what is built there by replacing some of those internal components with more efficient and better uses.
And I think the report and the framework that my motion requested asked for the documenting of the kinds of complex questions implementation questions, the enforcement questions. They're documented in the framework here, and there's a working group that's directed. And would these be the kinds of the questions, deliberations on to understand the complexity and to hear some of those like tenant voices, healthcare voices, and environmental expert voices that would support the public service and the development of the bylaw?
Through you, Speaker, that's correct. It is very complicated to bring a bylaw like this that would impact hundreds of thousands of units across the city. So having those conversations now in order to allow for successful implementation of that bylaw are very important.
And we're not the only city in the world doing this, correct?
That is correct. A lot of cities are starting to consider this now, and I think probably more will consider it as the weathering.
Okay, that was your last question. All right, just to members of council, the cutoff is now. No more members' motions coming forward, because after this item, all we have is members' motion, and we could be finished by 6 if we speed this up. Okay? So let's go to speakers. So no more members' motion, no one prepare any more motions. To speak, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, sorry. Yes, no, first of all, I do want to say that I appreciate the work that's been done on this. It is absolutely clear to anyone who's paying attention that climate breakdown is accelerating. We have clearly had identified by our environment, climate, and forestry folks that extreme heat is the largest health threat to people in the city of Toronto from climate breakdown. Flooding is already the most expensive economic input, and there are many others that are coming. But heat is here. Heat is most likely to kill people, and heat requires action. So we've been talking about providing, but let me back up. When I was young, air conditioning in the city of Toronto was a luxury. It's not a luxury anymore. In the climate that we have now, and especially in the climate that's coming, air conditioning is essential for health and life, especially for south-facing housing units, especially near the top of a building, which increasingly are sending people to hospital. And that's particularly the case when that housing unit also has a gas stove. So a child in my ward was sent to hospital with heat stroke in April when there was a heat wave, and his mother turned on the gas stove to try to cook dinner and converted an apartment that was already miserably uncomfortable to one that was positively dangerous. We also know that when the temperature in a dwelling unit is over 20 degrees centigrade at night, it's harder for people to sleep. And we know that when people can't sleep, everything else suffers. Their academic performance suffers, their impulse control suffers. And if you get a young person who can't sleep, fails their exams, or lose their temper and hit somebody, that can change the course of their entire life. So the consequences of heat in residential buildings, they're here, they're important, they're uneven, and they require attention. It is going to cost money. There is no free lunch. There is no free way of providing cooling. But a lot of work has been done here to identify what are the least expensive ways of providing something compatible with life as the climate that we live in changes from something that we knew to something completely different. So I thank the staff. I'm supporting Councillor Bravo in her motion. This is an important step. There are many, many more things we're going to have to do to adjust to the loss of the climate that our city was designed for. This is one piece. There are more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the things that I like so much about Toronto, and especially representing in Toronto, is that now that we have these large wards, and chiefly because of the way the city was planned long ago, each of us in this chamber share something in common. Just about all of us have those cement slab buildings built between the mid-50s and the end of the 60s. We've all got samples of them. Some of us have more than our fair share, but we've all got them. Whether you're downtown or in the suburbs, it's our commonality. And what happens there? What happens to the tenants in those buildings? Well, it's nice to talk about people could just go buy an air conditioner and just do it themselves, and then they're in their own control. And that pretends that landlord and tenant relationships don't go sour many times in these buildings. In each of our wards, there are tenants who, when they say they're going to get an air conditioner, find themselves being intimidated by a superintendent who doesn't know that he is supposed to allow you to do it, who doesn't know that you have a right to install. And in fact, we made it even more confusing when we started with our rules about how wide a window can be opened. We're all in confusion now. But we know one thing from the jurisdictional scan in this report, that we need to mitigate for climate change. There's no getting around that. The reason I moved the motion long ago now, it's a while now since we first started this research, asking for this, and it was so soundly supported by all of you, was that we faced a really difficult summer, really hot times. We had some serious illnesses, emergency wards filling up in a heat wave, and we realized we really don't have protections for those people that are taken advantage of and told they can't possibly cool. And in the jurisdictional scan, what you see is what I learned from British Columbia. I have relatives out there, and that same summer that we were having that heat wave, I learned that in Vancouver, New Westminster, you know, all of the cities that make up Greater Vancouver area, they were all beginning to grapple with the legalities of how are we going to deal with requiring some sort of heat maximum and have someone take responsibility for helping people to mitigate their homes in these buildings. And so we should not be surprised that it happened in BC. Because let's face it, that is an environment, and up until a couple of decades ago, there were no air conditioners out there. In the highest end condominiums, there was no air conditioning because they didn't have hot summers. They didn't need air conditioning. But when it became hot, and in those high-end apartments, there was no way to cool off, suddenly there was a political imperative to figure out what we're going to do about heat maximums. Here, we've had air conditioning for a much longer time because we've always had hot, humid summers. And it's not the high-income people asking for help. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't respond. Just because we're not listening to someone from a $2 million condo who's got a problem doesn't mean we don't have a problem. We have a problem in apartments where people need our help to advocate, to install, to be allowed to do anything in their buildings to make sure that grandma doesn't die in a heat wave sitting in that apartment building. That's why we're looking at this. That's why we're doing this kind of research. Councillor Bravo has a motion that moves us along, but this report gives us a time this year to sit down and read, if you haven't read. If you're just looking at the sexy headline, oh, this is about requiring landlords to put in air conditioners, and I'm on the side of the landlord, and you haven't read the report, read the report. This is where we've had these maximums in places like Texas and Nevada for years. It's creeping up. New York, Maryland, and pretty soon it'll look pretty damn foolish if we're not helping to save people's lives in Toronto. So we've got research, and we've got a little time to figure out what to do with that research. We hear in the report there is more to do. We may be closer to the legalities and the ability to implement in a year's time. And that is very, very good news for anyone in this room who has those cement slab architecture apartment buildings anywhere in their ward built between 1954 and 1970. Newsflash, it's every single one of us. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
It's an important debate. It affects people in many ways, and in many ways that we haven't talked about today. Councillor Carroll's right. In the report, there's some information about how the climate is changing. And forgive me here, I just cannot remember the numbers, but there are a handful of days that are above a certain temperature, and I think the next prediction point is 2050. when there'll be some more days, and that's what's mentioned in the report. So it does talk about this slow trend to things increasing with respect to climate and respect to heat. Some other numbers that I've looked at, there's so many thousands of buildings in the city of Toronto. A percentage of those already have air conditioning. A subset of what's left over, some tenants have gone ahead and put air conditioning in their bedroom or the common area, whatever they felt was right. And a percentage don't have air conditioning. And an even smaller percentage of that, a minuscule percentage of that, apparently have this rule that says to the tenants that live there, you can't put any air conditioning at all. I take the comments earlier, when it's really hot, it's hard to sleep, you're grouchy, it's difficult. But I also understand everyone feels differently about this and has a different approach to what makes them comfortable. So here we are, council knows full well that in a few days, that last percentage of buildings in the city of Toronto that prohibit air conditioning no longer fit in that category. Literally, the law is changing in Ontario that says that if a tenant wants to have an air conditioner, they can put one in. So what are we talking about here? I think it really just comes down to money. And I think we can all agree that, there absolutely is a segment of our population that lives so precariously that they can't go down to Walmart and spend $130 on a window air conditioner or about $280 on a portable air conditioner with a pipe that goes in the window. I get that. And maybe there's some people that, can't carry that into the apartment and up their steps. The question really to us is, do we revolve the entire system around a percentage of people that probably need help, or do we just help them? And so what's proposed is that the landlord will now tell you, the tenant, the temperature that you're going to live under in the summer. And how will this play out? They will show up at your door and say, here is an air conditioning unit. You're going to plug it in. You're going to operate it. And you're going to empty the water and do all the maintenance on it because that's what the law says. And if you're in that category of people that for whatever reason have not felt that they wanted to have air conditioning all along, too bad. City Council has decided for you. So instead of taking a practical approach on this and understanding that if somebody wants the cooling, they can acquire it, and understanding that there are a percentage of people that just simply can't afford to do it, here we are creating an entire public policy regime to say that this is the way that you are going to live. And if you think that magically, somewhere out of the sky, these air conditioners are going to fall and get paid for, the reality is the critical mind will tell you some way that all of these costs will trickle back down to the tenants that live in these buildings, whether they want the air conditioner, whether they bought their own, whether they didn't buy their own, whether they have one or not. They will all pay, because their rents will have to go up, to pay for the regulatory overlay the City Council is now demanding that the landlords live up to. Think about what the objective and the outcome of this is, and think about what the most efficient way to achieve that is. And understand that there's people all through the middle on this. I think you will reach the conclusion, as I have, that this is not the most efficient way to achieve this outcome. And I think it will make some people really upset. But most of all, it will end up costing people, because those air conditioners will not fall from the sky. An angel or a spirit will not come and drop them off. They will have to be purchased. They will have to be distributed out. People will have to look after them, and they will have to pay for them.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion that has been advanced circulated. My motion builds on the excellent work of city staff to accelerate some of the reporting timelines and consolidate one of the steps. The motion ensures that we will have a report back from the city manager in June of 2027 with a maximum indoor temperature bylaw to council for approval with an implementation plan. And crucially, it sets out what kind of questions are going to be informing the development of that plan. We've heard some of them here. For example, the stakeholder working group will be able to provide some of that insight. Key components for consideration, for example, phased implementation, potential implementation process, and update on the status of intergovernmental conversations. And it does contemplate the changes because the staff are very clear on them that come into force in July in terms of the RTA. I want to say, first of all, that more people now die from exposure to heat than from exposure to cold in a very cold country. Right now, the not notoriously hot city of London is facing deaths because the climate is changing and we're facing enormous pressures, and those the acceleration of extreme heat days it hurts the people that are most vulnerable. We're talking about people with pre-existing medical conditions. We're talking about seniors. We're talking about children. And certainly income is really crucial in terms of being able to protect yourself. Where did this come from, and are tenants going to be exposed to the overreach of municipal government? I would submit that given that the majority, the most loud voice, it's not just coming from climate activists or from medical professionals, it's coming from tenants. It's coming from organizations that represent tens of thousands of tenants or more, could be in the hundreds of thousands in the city of Toronto, who want this. They need this maximum heat bylaw because they feel that it's a crucial line of defense and of protection in an environment in which I very much wish that landlords would do the right thing and comply with the legislation. But we've had cases that we've had to deal with here where landlords do not comply. They do not allow tenants to have to exercise the rights that are theirs, and this is a really important tool for setting the stage and for setting out expectations. I have an example in my ward, a couple where in the winter we're facing situations where landlords don't care that we have a minimum heat bylaw and we have to intervene. I'll also submit that people ending up in the emergency room is incredibly expensive, and as some of us here like to say, there's only one pocket for the taxpayer. There's nothing that could be more expensive than an emergency room visit, and that's what's happening. More people are presenting in emergency rooms. There's an enormous economic opportunity here when we figure out how to get that help from the federal and provincial government to do the retrofits. Landlords will be making capital investments in their own buildings. It will be cheaper and more efficient to cool in the summer and to heat in the winter. And that creates a huge number of good jobs. It reduces carbon emissions. It's a virtuous circle. And so this is really just about advancing work that the city staff have been doing for so long. It's making it visible in the framework. And yes, we did change the timelines, but I can say that I want to just profoundly thank staff in the Deputy City Manager's Office and staff in the Municipal Licensing and Standards. I don't often call people by name, but I got to say, Josephine and Joanna, thank you, the JJ. It was wonderful to collaborate. We've had numerous meetings in the last 4 weeks. I'm not on the Planning and Housing. It's not my committee. I'm chair of Economic and Community Development Committee, but this did come to the council floor, and I've spent with my colleague Wyndham, the last 4 weeks we've had so many meetings with the Climate Coalition, but also with tenants groups. And there is nothing but support, applause, and gratitude for the step that we're taking here to bring forward a bylaw that is defensible, workable, and actually thinks about all of the unintended consequences, including the affordability piece for tenants who are struggling. So thank you to everyone for the collaboration and for the leadership of this council.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I want to first of all just begin by saying that I will be supporting Councillor Bravo's motion. And I also want to thank her for her leadership and the commitment and focus on stewarding this very important piece of work. and this motion forward, so that we do have a clear path and one that is responsive to what we've been hearing from our communities, from advocates, from tenants, from environmental advocates, for those who have been searching for a pathway on this for so long. And I particularly want to shout out the Toronto Environmental Alliance, ACORN, and many more for your long-standing work on this through and over many terms of council. And I'm so glad that we have been able to come together. And again, thank you to Councillor Bravo and her office's leadership to be able to land on a way forward that, as was mentioned, does something that is really, really important, and that is ensuring that we have these rules, that we have this bylaw here that is unquestionable in its effectiveness, and that ensures that the costs of programs like this are not being unfairly burdened by tenants and by folks who need it the absolute most. The priority work here, and that is very encouraging about this path forward, is that it implements the maximum temperature bylaw and appropriately addresses the issues that we have seen and some of the very key challenges that have rightly been mentioned by my colleagues about, the cost and the maintenance of how this will actually move forward. And what we also have heard very clearly is that at the City of Toronto, we are taking on our very important responsibility when it comes to the well-being of tenants, of public health, of making sure that we are a city that is more equal in every single way that we can. And we know that we have a lot of learning to do from other jurisdictions, and this report also lays that out very clearly. And it will take work in collaboration, as we have here at the City of Toronto, across divisions to figure this out, but we do need the support and the collaboration and the coordination with other levels of government for this. We do need their help. We do need them to see this with the highest importance and priority that we are, to provide funding, to bring back measures that support initiatives like this, like rent control, and to help us to regulate well. And that is the work that I know we will continue to advocate for as a council, because we have a very clear path and roadmap about how we achieve this long-standing effort. Thank you.
Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, I was just going to remove my name. I was going to call the question if I had to, but it doesn't seem like it.
Let's vote. Let's put the motions on the screen. Councillor Burnside is calling the question. All in favor? Carried. Okay, let's vote. Motion by Councillor Bravo. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please, and Councillor Myers.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
The motion carries. The vote is 23-1.
this item? Okay, thank you. All right. So okay, Mayor, is the mayor's motion ready yet? Not? Okay, well, let's add these ones on, and then the mayor has one, and let's go through the members' motions that were held down, and let's get this agenda completed. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. After extensive negotiations with finance, I can release MM 42.2. You're not ready?
No, we're introducing motions now.
Sorry. I apologize.
Okay. You have a motion to introduce.
I have two motions to introduce. Yes, thank you. One is on the Standard Theater as to whether it can be restored as a music venue.
On favor, carried.
Thank you. And the other one is on a very important sewer access hole on College Street.
On favor, carried. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I have a motion to advance the work on the Wellington Destructor, and the urgency for this is because there is an imminent round of community engagement.
On favor, carried. Okay, so the cutoff is, except for the mayor, which she advised me a few hours ago that she's working on, but the cutoff is now. No more introducing members' motions. Okay, so now we'll go to the items that were held down with the members' motion. So MM 42.2, Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. I can release it.
Okay, Councillor Sachs is releasing it. On favor, carried. Next one is MM 4218, Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to release it on a recorded vote.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak is releasing MM 4218 with a recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please, when you're ready. The motion carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Our next item is MM 4220. Councillor Thompson, you held the item down. Access to space for faith communities. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. I can release the item with great thanks to Deputy City Manager, Ms. Denise Andrew Campbell, for her explanation.
Okay, so Councillor Thompson is releasing MM 4220. On favor, carried. Okay, the next one is MM 4228. Mayor Chow held it down for Councillor Chernes Lynn. Councillor Chernes Lynn? Yeah, she is. She's here. The mayor held it down on her behalf. This is to the life and work of Rabbi Arthur.
Yes, this is commemorating the life and work of Rabbi Arthur Bielfeld. I spoke about him, as you may recall, colleagues, last month when we commemorated the really tremendous legacy of this rabbi and Rabbi Emeritus at Temple Emmanuel. And this motion asks for the city manager in collaboration with relevant divisions to identify opportunities to commemorate his life in Ward 15, Don Valley West, together with local councillor and community stakeholders in a form deemed appropriate. You know, he left such a lasting legacy advocating compassionately on issues around poverty, hunger, peace, social justice, and for contributions to interfaith projects and community building initiatives. And I think, you know, when we see the rise in division and hate, these challenges faced in our city and around the globe, I think this is an opportunity for us to commemorate a man whose legacy really was based in city building and making Toronto a more connected and more accepting and welcoming place where everyone can thrive. He spent a lot of time working on child poverty as well, and I just think this is something and someone who we ought to honor municipally, and I'm hoping that everyone will support, and very appreciative of the mayor for seconding this. I know she knew him and worked on some of these initiatives over many years with him. So thank you.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, opposed, if any, carried. Our next one is MM 4229. Councillor Cheng, you held it down. Is Section 37 for 5800 Young. Councillor Cheng?
I have an amendment, actually two motions.
Does the staff have your...
Yes, they do.
Okay, so we'll put, oh, there, it's on the screen.
And thank you to Councillor Perks for your input into the process. So this is just the...
Okay, just one sec.
Yeah, Section 37.
No, hold on.
Going back.
So what is it?
My mic is not on. Thank you very much. I apologize. I meant to request a recorded vote on the memorial. I just think it's, considering the message of this, it is one that would be impactful to have. Thank you. I rarely ask for that.
Yeah. Okay, and Councillor Cheng, we'll get back to you. Okay, so motion to reopen MM 4228. On favor, opposed, if any, carried, recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote? The motion is adopted unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Cheng, we'll go back to you, sorry.
I have two motions.
Oh, okay, just one sec. Give the staff an opportunity to put the motions back up on the screen.
Just amending the first rec and adding a second rec.
Okay.
Yeah, we're grateful to be receiving a fully constructed daycare and a parkland over dedication. Very important contributions to city building. We miss Section 37 and grateful for every ounce that we can keep. So thank you to staff for all of this work.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendment by Councillor Cheng, yeah, we'll do the first one first. Okay, there it is, 1A. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Okay, the next amendment, 1B. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. All right, so Councillor Morley, you held down MM 4233.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Happy to move. I just want to move my motion and say a few words, if I may. Please start my time. If clerks could help me put the motion on the screen, we will save 2 minutes of me reading that. I'll take it as read if my colleagues can take a peek. As we all know, the summer months are upon us and are very busy in our parks with increased visitors enjoying the playgrounds, splash pads, picnic areas, and sports facilities in the warmer weather. Particularly in my ward, as a beautiful waterfront community, we have many destination parks. With this increase of traffic, we've heard from residents very consistently with concerns about a number of issues related to dogs off leash, as well as illegal open air fires. While we do have programs and procedures in place to address these issues, residents are frustrated and in some cases feel their safety is at risk because enforcement and education continues to be a challenge. And we did speak about this in council yesterday with Councillor Matlow and the Dogs Off Leash report back. We must do our best to ensure that our parks are safe and accessible for everyone and also minimize the risk to our green spaces that comes from illegal bonfires. In Etobicoke Lakeshore, Marie Curtis Park is a busy destination park because of its size, amenities, and beach. It's in the southwest area of my ward and borders Mississauga. This season, we have a new thing happening with our neighbors in Mississauga at the Jim Tovey Lakeview Conservation Area, which is the last part of my motion that directs conversation between city staff and the city of Mississauga related to access to the Jim Tovey Lakeview Conservation Area, which is currently now only able to be done through Marie Curtis Park. We look forward to our colleagues supporting this motion with our thanks, and hopefully we'll continue to work collaboratively with our colleagues, not just in our city, but with our neighbors next door in Mississauga to make sure it's a safe and happy summer for everyone. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
On the item, on favor, carried. Our next item is MM 4237. Councillor Chernis Lynn, the mayor held it down for you. It's the Toronto Peace Garden. Would you like to speak on it or release it?
Very briefly, I'll just say that I'm hopeful folks will support this. This is really to ensure we keep such a meaningful space, especially again in a world that is so divided and we need all the hope we can get, and I think this is a site of reflection, hope, reminding ourselves that Canada is a special place to live, and always trying to make sure that we create a peaceful, welcoming, and inclusive city. And so looking forward to seeing strong repair and maintenance of the space and existing plaques and signage on the roof, signage on the site improved. Particularly, I think this is an opportunity for education. We have a lot of school groups that come through here. We have a lot of visitors to Toronto who come, so I want to see increased wayfinding and making sure that we're using this space to the best of our ability for an impactful site of reflection. So thank you, and I would also request a recorded vote, and I promise that won't become a habit. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, what I wanted was to ask a question of the mover, but there was only one button on the CMP.
Yeah, it's a member's motion.
Right.
That we
so
held down.
There's no way to ask a question of the person who brought the member's motion.
Not normally.
So, Madam Speaker, then I'll just speak to it.
Did you want to speak? Okay.
I'm happy to speak to it because then it could just be a simple undertaking. Madam Speaker, we relocated this garden at one point. It was in a different place, and then we relocated it. And what we found in doing that, in our ham-fisted way, we proceeded with the best of intentions to relocate the garden, and discovered that a great deal of engagement went into the original garden, and we offended people deeply in just deciding we were going to move it because it would be a lovely thing to move it. There were people who were involved in supporting survivors of the Hiroshima blast who had moved to Toronto. There was a very interesting group of people. I would just ask as an undertaking, it's a wonderful intention by the councillor, and the mayor as seconder, I would just hope, while I don't see it in the motion, that there would be an undertaking to make some attempt to see if those people still want to be engaged as we find ways to revitalize it, because they were very invested in it. And in 2010, we had to start with an apology before we proceeded with the engagement. So I would just ask that some attempt be made.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll and Councillor Matlow, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 25 votes in favor.
Okay, if we can introduce at this point the Deputy Mayor Malik's motion that she just introduced, and the mayor second the motion. We'll put the motion on the screen. Deputy Mayor Malik, if you want to read it.
Thank you very much. This motion is advancing planting and sand renourishment at Hamlin's Point Beach and the surrounding area, and planning for the work to plant in this way. Additional direction is needed, building on some of the work that we are already doing there.
On favor? Carried. All right, so we'll bring that forward. Now, the members' motions that were introduced earlier, we'll go through them one at a time, and then that's it. MM 42.56, moved by Councillor Perks. Oh, sorry, yes, 50 and 50, 50 and 55. Yeah, sorry. Okay, we'll go back to MM 4250. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down.
Just wait. Thank you very much. I know that I got a message that it had to be amended. Got that from Finance, and I believe clerks got that. Yes, getting the nod on that. And I'll just simply, there it is, changed, that this is a opportunity for Théâtre Français, which is the oldest French Francophone theatre outside of Quebec in all of Canada, to be able to find itself into a development. And this is, they're raising money, the development's going to start. And this, just like you supported me on Hughes Room, which I think everybody knows is one of the most successful music operations in the city now, this is just to get them over the hump. It's not dollars, it's the loan guarantee. I know they're going to make it, and I know you're all going to want to come to that opening. Thank you, Councillor Carroll, for your support on that, because I know money doesn't ever get past you.
Okay, thank you. On the amendment by Councillor Fletcher. Oh, Councillor Bravo.
Thanks. I need to say that this is very important to the Francophone Affairs Consultative Committee, to the City of Toronto. Théâtre Français de Toronto is a cherished institution, and you'll see that at the next Economic and Community Development Committee, there's a transfer of a recommendation to support this project. And I just want to commend Councillor Fletcher for her vision and her hard work with staff to get this here. This is going to make a really big difference. There's a lot of Francophone education that happens in this theater, and it's very important for us to remember that there's a big Francophone community. One of the largest in Canada actually lives in Toronto. Thanks.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. MM 4255. Councillor Moyes, you held the item down. It was a motion by Mayor Chow. So, are you going to?
Going to speak to it.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay, well, hold on then. We'll go through the others. Yeah, okay, we'll go through the others first. The next one, these were introduced, so we can either just waive it, move it. So the next one is MM 4256, which is Dufferin Street and Melbourne Avenue. Moved by Councillor Perk, second by Councillor Morley. Just release it. On favor, carried. The next one is MM 4257, which is 10 and 32 Raglan Avenue. Moved by Councillor Matlow, second by Councillor Cole. Just to move it. On favor, carried. These were the ones that were just introduced. MM 4258, moved by Councillor Lily Chang, second by Councillor Pasternak. The Young North Subway Extension Steel Station Design. Want to just move it? On favor, carried. MM 4259, which is a motion by Councillor Moyes, second by Councillor Matlow, which is the temporary delegation of authorities required for the Church Street pilot. Recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Bradford.
Councillor Burnside, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Carroll, please.
Councillor Fletcher, are you voting, please?
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Burnside, please.
Councillor Sachs, please, when you're seated. Councillor Sachs? The item is adopted. The vote is 21-4.
Okay, the next one is MM 4260, moved by Mayor Chow, second by Councillor Burnside. It's the redevelopment strategy for Toronto Bills at 770 Don Mills Road. We'd like to move that, Councillor Burnside. Okay, if you can move it. Mayor, okay. Okay, the mayor is moving the item. On favor, carried. MM 4261, which is moved by Councillor Sachs, second by Mayor Olivia Chow. Can the Standard Theatre be restored to use as a music venue? Councillor, pardon? Yeah. On favor, carried. But just in case people haven't seen it, right? No, I know. MM 4262, which is sewer access hole for 353, 357 College Street, moved by Councillor Sachs, second by Lily Chang. On favor, carried. MM 4263, advancing work on the Wellington Destructor, moved by Deputy Mayor Malik, second by Councillor Fletcher. On favor, carried. MM 4264, which is moved by Deputy Mayor Malik, second by Mayor Chow. On the item, on favor.
I just want to thank the advocates. I want to thank Friends of Hamlin's, our Island Working Groups, Hamlin's Point Beach Working Group, and the Island Working Group for their support on this. Thank you. Thank you.
On the...
It's clothing optional.
Pardon?
Yeah, well, it's the last item, so oh, there is one more?
Well, we have to go back to that one, yeah.
Okay, then if we could just hold it down for 1 second, I'd like to know the financial impact. This is a big ticket item.
Okay. we'll hold it down. So that's 64 we're holding down. So we just have this one and one more, which is the one that Councillor Moyes held down. Okay.
Yeah, we looked into this. It keeps disappearing from my screen.
Can you? Okay. Yes. Hello? 4255. Councillor Moyes, you have questions, so if we can bring staff forward. This is on the expansion of the AIDS Memorial. Moved by Mayor Chow. Second by Councillor Myers. Okay, so we do have questions to staff. So staff will come forward. Okay, Councillor Moyes, go ahead.
Thank you, through Madam Speaker. So to staff, how many public consultations, workshops, engagement opportunities have we hosted so far over the last 3.5 years? And can you name the local organizations or groups that have been engaged to date?
Thank you for the question. Through the Speaker, over the past 3.5 years, we've undertaken extensive engagement. We've talked with more than 20 local organizations and more than 2,000 community members, specifically AIDS and HIV trans community members. The process to date has been guided by a community advisory committee with representation also from many diverse communities and organizations. You asked about the names of organizations. I can tell you there's well more than 20 that we've worked with, so very broad range, but I would say representing mostly neighborhood residents, businesses, advocacy groups, service providers, including the 519 Church Wellesley Neighborhood Association, BIA, AIDS Committee of Toronto, and many others.
Okay. And what is the feedback you have heard out of those consultations?
Overall, to boil it down, I think we've really heard three things. Well, four things: to make the park safer, more accessible and welcoming, and then in addition to ensure that the memorials, the trans and the HIV/AIDS memorial, are protected and respected and highlighted as places of reflection and remembrance.
Thank you. And what total funding has been allocated to this project to date?
Through the chair, so far for the conceptual design or master planning, we have $570,000 assignment for the consultant, and that's it for now.
Okay, it's a lot of money. And what is the current projected cost estimated based on the concept designs currently prepared?
Based on the concept designs, approximately $5 million, but of course, once we proceed through detailed design, we'll know much better.
And what are the staff time and other costs of the consultations and concept design work done so far to date?
So in terms of staff cost, we haven't tracked staff costs, but I can tell you that the level of effort is akin to other park development projects. So it's on par with what we would do in other similar circumstances from a staff perspective. And then as our director mentioned, we've spent about $570,000 to date or we have that secured for consultant assignments and engagement.
Okay. And this is a really important question. Has there been any other instances where City Council has sole source design framework without public consultation and professional landscape architects or engineer?
Through the Speaker, our practice is robust community consultation when we do these sorts of projects. We go through that process for the design and visioning of the park. For this particular project, as you know, we're at the concept phase. The ECHO's proposal, I wouldn't characterize it as a sole source design framework, but rather stakeholder feedback that we've received through the CAC that has been endorsed by AIDS organizations across the country, and we are considering as part of the body of stakeholder feedback rather than a design per se.
So it is being considered.
Absolutely.
Wonderful to hear that. And has the ECHO's proposal been costed?
Through the speaker, no, not at this time.
Okay. And also, just for maybe two final questions since I have some more time. When was the park last reconstructed? And what led us to want to revitalize the park again?
Through the speaker, so it was last reconstructed in about 2014 ahead of World Pride Toronto. That was also when the park was renamed Barbara Hall Park in recognition of the Toronto's former mayor and longtime advocate of the 2S LGBTQ plus community. What's leading us to revitalize the park, again, is that at the time in 2014, we undertook relatively moderate investments and upgrades. And from an infrastructure perspective, the park requires more attention now. And we're also seeing a variety of safety challenges that we can help address through design.
You're wonderful. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Councillor Holiday, did you have your name up to ask question? It's okay. All right, then we'll go to speakers. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you. I do have a motion. Just a minor amendment. And I will speak to this. So as staff mentioned, we've been working with the community, over 2,000 people, many organizational groups for the last 3.5 years. And I have to say, I have attended all the consultations. I have listened attentively. I have respected the feedback we received. And it's only actually in the last 2.5 weeks, I believe, at the last EDC meeting that I actually saw the ECHO's proposal. I know that many of my colleagues received it, and it was intentionally not sent to me. So I read it, and I actually like the proposal. I think it's a good one. And I think there is merit to it. But I also don't want it to diminish the voices of all those people in the community that we have heard and listened to. That is really what I really want to say. And so I do have a minor amendment here in that, yes, staff can look at the ECHO's proposal and the parts that work based on our expert advice from them, we can implement. But I think it is wrong to dismiss all the voices that we have heard and just focus on one group of people because they speak the loudest or they have access to certain people in this chamber. That is wrong. So I do hope that we can actually come together as a community, because this is actually a really important piece of real estate. It means so much to the community and to me personally. And I want us to be successful. I want to work together with the ECHO's group and with the community. That's what I've heard. Since this was tabled today, I've received calls from the community saying, Council, what's going on? Why are you being derailed by some members here? I don't have the answer for that, quite frankly. I have tried to work with all members of this council on this project because I know the value of it. Just this past week, I attended the AIDS Vigil. I was at Green Space yesterday. I have supported the 519 in my tenure here. I've increased their budget by 43%. I've given them Section 37 funds. I have thrown everything at my community, trying to make sure that they are successful, including the pedestrianization of Church Street and making a cultural district. These are things that we have focused on. A lot of my office resources are on these projects. As we speak now, during council, my chief of staff is on Church Street, making sure everything is okay. So again, I just do hope that temperature comes down not only in this chamber, but in the community on this really important project. And as staff stated, it is not funded. There's no money in park staff. I believe that their budget has been reduced. And again, it's me, the local councillor, that has said I would fund it fully and work with community partners to actually get funding for it. And I have many people who've actually said to me, Councillor, I'm willing to put some money into this. So again, it's not lack of trying that we are at this point. So I do hope my colleagues will support my amendment. They're very simple amendments, I believe, and I do hope that they're supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Chow to speak.
Members of council, some of you may remember the AIDS crisis that devastated so many people. There are lots of names on that memorial. It first emerged in 1988 and made permanent in 1993. And every year there's an AIDS memorial there. Lots of memories, a place where people gathered. For them, it's a sacred place. It's a memorial. It's a place where they see it, that they can grieve their loved ones. There's this huge fear in the community right now. Yes, those community members that you heard from the staff, they did show up. And they echoed, and as a result, they are worried that what the city of Toronto may do to the park, what may do with the memorial. Which is why 45 provincial and national HIV/AIDS organizations, plus 4 local trans-led organizations, and the Church Wellesley Neighborhood Association came together and said, you have to honor the memory of these people. Their names are on this memorial. Please do not do something that we do not want to see what happened to it, which is why this ECHO project came forward, and which is why there's a motion in front of you that you are acknowledging their pain, their what they wish could happen, which is why the word endorse is important. You're telling them that they should not fear, that what the staff and what the Parks Department, what they will be doing will honor their memories. It's not just considering it, you will honor it, respect it, which is why they want us to do, that's why you have this motion in front of you. To just say that we'll consider their memories, that we will consider their input. We've been considering their input for several years with so many thousand people coming out. And after the consideration, this consultation, they're saying that they need a bit more than just consideration. They need respect. They need to feel that they will not be forgotten. That something that is so precious to them will remain as what they want, which is why this motion is in front of you. So I urge you not to change those words from endorse to just consideration. Because for several years now, there's been consideration, and yet they have not felt secure in believing that their wish will be honored. So what you're doing today is to say to them, fear not, our staff will follow the lead of the community and honor the history of the people that have passed away and the people that are mourning them.
Thank you. Pardon? Oh. Okay, now that your name's on the screen. Councillor Thompson, question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Mayor. Mayor, I've heard your particular perspective and the concerns that you're raising for the groups that have expressed a desire to have their matter not simply just be passively addressed, but to being fully incorporated. I've heard from Councillor Moyse in terms of the work that he's been doing with the groups of people, the 2,000 plus and so on, the consultants and so on. I'm wondering, is there not a way for both of you to be able to bring this matter to a head without council coming in between and creating a bit of a wedge or a divide? This is an important issue it's an important issue to the whole community. As the local councillor who has spent the time to meet with the thousands of people and so on, I'm wondering, is there not an opportunity for this matter to be brought forward with your leadership and the councillor to be able to bring a resolution, to be able to incorporate the wishes of those who are on the side of wanting to ensure that the vested aspect of their interests and the overall value and concerns that they've raised with you, along with that of the community. I do think there's an opportunity to demonstrate to the community and to those who may have a different view that under your leadership, along with the local councillor, that we can resolve this without having to put the body of council to choose your direction or his direction. Because I think...
Councillor Thompson, let the mayor respond.
Sorry, yeah, my
Let the mayor respond to your question.
Well, I'm getting to it. Would you not agree that there's an opportunity to resolve
yes,
this?
but
Thank
please
you.
ask your question, allow the mayor to answer.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
And then 2 minutes, we're going to have to extend to finish because it's a couple minutes to 6. Did you want to move that up?
Sure, I'll move the extension of...
to finish these two last items.
Yeah, that's right. I'll move the extension, Councillor, to do so.
Finish the agenda.
Yeah, just 2 items. Okay, finish the agenda. All in favor? Yeah. The bylaws, yeah. Carried. Okay, thanks. Okay, go ahead, Mayor. You can answer the question.
Yep.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Let the mayor respond, please.
Yeah, you may want to stop the time because all that just went for about a minute. So just to be fair to Councillor Thompson.
Okay, go ahead.
Councillor Thompson, you will note in the 3 years as mayor, I do not intervene on local wards.
Exactly.
I don't do so lightly. I hesitated in getting involved. However, the movement is so strong, the intensity of emotions and fear is so overwhelming. When you have 45, let me put it this way, all provincial, national AIDS organization across this country, in this city, signing on something, what does that tell you? That tells you that process that have taken place, yes, there's a good process. Do they feel that there's been listening? I'm not sure. Okay? The same thing happened at the Queen's Park North place, okay?
Yep.
There was a lot of consultation. The local residents said, wait, we came to all this consultation. 3 years. There was no resolution. They came to council, to the committee, to, I think was the executive committee. They said, wait, no. So we then took it, and Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Sachs and others did a lot of work to resolve it. Okay? Same thing is happening here. Yes, you can consult. Are you feeling the emotion? Are you respecting them? Are you feeling, are they, if they feel that there is resolution, there's good listening, if there's no fear, they would not come to me.
Sure.
They would not ask these organizations to sign something and ask me to move it. So this came, I didn't write this.
Yeah,
okay?
I appreciate that.
It came very clearly to say, I had a version to say, let's work together. It did not.
Sure.
It did not work.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. But given the fact that there are no resources available now to proceed with respect to the work, I'm just wondering, as you've demonstrated with respect to Queen's Park North, is there not the opportunity and time on your side to be able to convene a conversation with the local councillor to see whether or not we can get not only the wording, but just get the essence as to what this group, who've
It's the same
indicated-
group that have been showing up at the consultation, by the way.
Right, okay.
Mostly, these are the 8 organizations that came to the consultation. It's the same group of people that came forward. But if you look at recommendation, it said that we are asking them to integrate, to continue moving forward with the integration of the ECHO's proposal into the final design of the ACE Memorial. They're not saying this is how you should design it. It's just asking us to integrate their desire, their concept.
Which does not displace what has already been discussed with the
Absolutely
larger
not.
community. Okay, because
There's
that's clearly what we need.
That's right. There's very little daylight between the original proposal, the original designer of the ACE Memorial, to the new design of what Parks and this ECHO group are really talking about. There's very little daylight. It is just, I believe with a little bit of facilitation, they would come to a consensus of what this should look like.
Which is your leadership that I'm looking for in order to make
I
that
can
happen.
provide the kind of facilitation if it's needed, if the Parks Department wants me to do that, absolutely. I could do that. However, if we just say we continue to just consider them, all of us will continue to receive a huge number of emails, anguished in the community. Do we need to experience that? Do we need to put through people that have gone through a lot of grief and pain to be so agitated and so worried?
I'm
There's
glad
no sense of,
I'm
we
glad
don't
I've
need
asked
to
you the
do that.
question because now you're providing clarity and clarification to help us to have a better sense of understanding. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, on the amendment by Councillor Moyes, recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please. And Councillor Bradford, thank you.
Councillor Matlow, please.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 5-17.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Matlow, we'll take your vote verbally. The item is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, thank you. So our last item, MM 4264, Councillor Carroll, you had an issue or?
Information, so I can release it for a vote.
Okay, so on the item.
Madam Speaker, can I just make a comment about how I got the information, though?
Okay.
I very firmly requested that for next meeting, when we will probably have many more notices of motion, I hereby formally request that we get the yellow sheets in paper form, sitting on our desks, and that we know the cost of every motion we move, be it 40 or 140 next month. I think it's fairly important right now. That's my.
Thank you, and that's why a few of them this meeting I didn't accept. Because they were talking about 2027. Okay. All right. So we're done. Let's, members? I thought we voted. Okay. On the item, on favor? Recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members, while we stage the vote. This is on MM 4264. Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Sachs. Councillor Peruzza, if you're present in the meeting, would you please turn on your camera? Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please? The item is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, okay, please, we just have a couple more things to do and then we can go. Members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Bradford, did you want to move that one?
So moved.
You have to read it.
Okay, committee and council consider submissions and making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
Thank you. On favor? Carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Councillor Ainslie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That leave be granted to introduce bills 618 to 708 and 710 to 718.
On favor? Opposed, if any. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor? Opposed, if any. Carried. Please, can we just wait a few more seconds? Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor? Opposed, if any. Carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Councillor Holiday, would you like to do that one?
I'm not sure, but okay. That leave be, depends what's in the bills. That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 42 on June 24 and 25, 2026.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor? Opposed, if any. Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor? Opposed, if any. Carried. Thank you to staff. Thank you to members of council. Happy Canada Day. The meeting is now adjourned.